Comes to talk. Welcome one and all. And of course, we have a lot to cover on the program today. There's just been so much has happened. And, you know, these liberals, they just can't control themselves. I mean, that's just it. I mean, they're all completely out of control. And you know what? They're always going to be out of control. So we got a lot to cover. I'm queuing up a couple things that I want to lead with. Oh, yes, definitely that. Okay. I'm just queuing up some stories to lead with. Welcome, everyone. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. This is where MAGA comes to talk. There's so many stories to cover today. And it is open phones today. Open MAGA Mike Friday. It is Friday. Okay. Hello to everyone, yes. We'll be starting the show shortly. Okay. All right, let me do a mic check. Test 1, 2. All right, let me do a... Okay, that was perfect. I got a new mic for this stream. That's why I'm checking. I did. I know. Coastal weight loss secret I've been talking about. I've lost a lot of weight. I didn't even realize I needed to lose weight until I started losing it. I know, it's great. And I feel better too, I gotta tell you. Now I'm going to start the other stream in just a minute. And then when I start that, I'll start the show. Okay. All right, guys. Now remember, I'm going to start the other stream now. So to see if, you know, when you're watching with the green screen behind me, if you want to see the articles that I'm sharing, if you want to hear the audio that I play and the sound bites and everything, you have to go to the other stream, the main stream with the main chat and the main video. And the link is in the description of the video. All right, so here we go. Starting a little early today. It's only 18 minutes after. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Thanks for joining. We have a lot to cover. We've got a second Democrat assassin, which I'm going to get to in a few moments. But yesterday, we got something from the Charlie Kirk show that is, well, it's a little mysterious. I want to share this with you, and we'll talk about this. If you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me. Go to my other stream, the main stream, and you can see and hear all the audio and video that I share, all right? The link is in the description of that video if you got the green behind me. If you'd like to call in, please do. The number is pinned in the live chat. It's toll free no matter where you're tuned in from. Okay, so there is a new Democrat assassin. I'm going to get to that in just a few minutes. But first I wanted to share this. This is from yesterday's Charlie Kirk show. And what does this mean? Okay, now Megyn Kelly was there. What does that mean? What is Erica Kirk talking about here? Did you hear that buzzing? I checked my phone too. That was somebody in the Charlie Kirk studio had their phone on vibrate. I checked my phone. I thought I got a text too. Did any of you check your phones? What are they talking about? What is Erica Kirk talking about? What does she know? She says she knows everything. Knows everything. Now, I saw on Redacted this morning, I was looking, you guys, any of you ever watch Redacted on YouTube? And on Redacted, Clayton said that the FBI is about to release their findings in the Charlie Kirk assassin and say no conspiracy, lone gunman. I don't know. Sometimes Redacted can be a little clickbaity and out there. I watch them. I like them. I'm a fan. I enjoy the program. However, you really think they would do that so quickly? I don't know how you could do that. There is I'm going to go over this before I go to the phones. We got a new assassin. Look at this. New Hampshire man threatened to kill Governor Kelly Ayotte. I guess, how do you pronounce that name, guys? The governor of New Hampshire with weapons of mass destruction. Look at this. A 22-year-old man in New Hampshire now faces felony charges for threatening to kill the Republican governor of New Hampshire with a weapon of mass destruction while spouting anti-Semitic rhetoric online. He was arrested in late August after local police learned he had allegedly threatened the Republican governor on Snapchat after his roommate shared the message with her ex-boyfriend. So, I've got this whole story on my X, Brian Craig Show on X. So here we have a very short period of time, we have two Democrat assassins targeting Republicans. Charlie Kirk, the governor of New Hampshire, on top of the fact that President Trump was shot and then they tried to shoot him again. Do we have an epidemic in this country of liberal violence? Do we? The left, in the media, they keep spouting as if it's true that the violence is on both sides. I'm only seeing it from one side. Don't you see the pattern here? All these assassins, all these threats, they're all coming from the left. What are your thoughts on all of this? I'll get into more details on this story as the show goes on. Now, today is Friday. Those of you that are new to my program, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. And I always take calls 7 days a week. I'm live streaming, taking live calls right here on the program. But on Friday's show, it's open phones. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday. Today's Friday. And on Open MAGA Mike Friday, you can call in about any and everything on your mind. You don't have to call in on the topics and the stories that I'm talking about. That's Fridays only. The other 6 days of the week, you got to stay on topic. But Friday, the show prep is up to you all. So try to make it interesting, if you don't mind. But the number's toll free. It's pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. I'll take some calls here early on before I get into more of these stories, but I do have a lot to cover on today's program. Oh, hold on a second. It's this line. You're first. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi. I'm Patrick.
All right, Patrick, hold on. Let me answer some of these other lines. Yeah, go ahead, Patrick.
So, I just was scrolling through YouTube. I'm wondering how you feel about the Epstein files in relation to Trump.
Well, that's a vague question. I don't know what that means. You got to be more specific.
Do you think that Trump did anything nefarious with Jeffrey Epstein?
No, in fact, I'm glad you asked that question. It's a great question, and listen carefully to this answer, okay? Because this is great, and you can look this up on your own after I hang up on you, okay? And what a great way to start the show. A couple of weeks ago, they're women. They used to be girls, now they're women. The Jeffrey Epstein victims, the female victims of Jeffrey Epstein, went to Washington and had a press conference. It was live online. I watched the whole thing. It was also on CNN and MSNBC and Fox News and everything. And twice they were asked by reporters. One was an in-studio interview on NBC that all of the Epstein victims were at. And then again in front of the Capitol building during a press conference. And they gave the same answer both times. They asked a question that you asked in a different way. They said, did any of you see or experience or witness President Trump with Jeffrey Epstein doing anything inappropriate? Every one of them said no. So you can go look that up, and I'm glad you asked that question because obviously you're not aware. And since you're so interested in Epstein, I'm sure you'll do that. Hey, thanks for your call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, give me 1 second. Let me get on speaker. My name's Ryan. I'm from Washington.
Ryan, yes. What's up, Ryan?
I just wanted to ask, nothing much. I'm having a good day. I feel terrible about what happened to Charlie Kirk, but I wanted to call and ask about your thoughts on forced arbitration.
What is forced? Give me what you're talking about. Forced arbitration, what are you talking about? Be more specific.
Yeah, so in 80% of end user license agreements, there's a forced arbitration clause, meaning that you can't sue in court, and you have to go through a private court, and none of the details are made public.
Yeah, none of the
details are made public.
Okay, hold on a second, hold on. This is one of the dangers on Fridays when I have open phones, open MAGA Mike Friday, you know? This is one of the dangers of it. People call in about terminally boring things that no one cares about. I really don't have an opinion on it. I would imagine in most instances, it's some type of contract somebody has signed, so they don't sign the contracts that require that. Then you have nothing to worry about, right? All right, take care. Oh, boy. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Forced arbitration. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Dave from Kentucky.
What's that?
Dave from Kentucky.
Oh, hey, Dave. What's on your mind?
You know, that was a shooting in rural Pennsylvania where 5 policemen were shot. I think 3 of them were killed. And I find it weird. I don't know. Maybe you may know more than I do about this thing, but they have not identified the shooter yet.
Hold on a second. This is like 2 days ago, right?
Yeah.
No, they haven't. I did not know that they didn't identify the shooter yet. So what do you make of that?
I don't know. That's why I'm calling you. Like, what do you think it might be? Like, they said they killed the shooter, but nobody has released his identity yet. That's weird.
Mike,
the cop kill him?
I don't know, but I can give some educated speculation, having followed a lot of these cases. Okay. Okay. So they got the shooter himself is no longer a threat, right? Because they got him.
Right.
So they're probably doing an investigation, trying to find some people connected to him. And they don't want to release the name yet if they don't have to try to keep it under wraps to make it easier to get some other bad guys. That would be my guess. But you're putting in but you think there's something nefarious about it. What would, obviously.
Well, usually when something like that happens and the suspect is no longer with us because of police intervention, usually we will find out who that person is before 48 hours later.
Well, I just pulled up an article about it. I pulled up an article about it. That's the most. I don't know. I haven't read it yet. I'm going to read it now. It says here, 3 police,
Okay.
this is, I Googled it. I can't believe this came up. I Googled police officers shot in Pennsylvania. An article from Al Jazeera comes up. I don't typically read Al Jazeera.
Why?
I know.
But okay.
But whatever, you know. Okay. 3 police officers were shot dead, 2 wounded on Wednesday in southern Pennsylvania in the United States, because, you know, foreign press here, before the attacker was shot down, authorities said. It was one of the deadliest days for police, not only in Pennsylvania, but in the U.S. in recent times. The shooting happened a little after 2 p.m. on Wednesday at a farmhouse on a country road a few miles outside of an old mill town. 5 police detectives and a deputy had gone there to arrest a man on suspicion of stalking, prowling, and trespassing. According to the district attorney, the suspect, Matthew Ruth, opened fire. So they got the name right here. It's Matthew Ruth is his name.
Oh, okay.
And he had an AR-15. So, yeah.
So you got to go all the way to Al Jazeera, which I would never check.
No, I'm sure it's in other things. No, I just Googled. No, there's a bunch of stories. I just Googled.
No. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying as a concerned American citizen, to find out more about this case, I got to go to Al Jazeera to get the facts.
No, you go to
Weird.
No, you didn't. You went to me to get the facts, and I'm right here in America.
Yeah, I went to you, and then you went to Al Jazeera.
No, I
Googled
it. I Googled it, and the reason I hit that story, there's a bunch of stories. The reason I hit that story, that was the most recent. So I figured, it's the most recent, so it'll have the most up-to-date information. There's a bunch of stories. It's not being hidden. You just haven't seen. Hey, appreciate the call. It's not being hidden. You just have not seen it. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Maddie, and I'm calling from Colorado.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not a liberal, believe it or not.
In Colorado. Yeah, I know, on my MAGA cruise that I do every year, my next one's in March, a lot of people from Colorado come on my annual MAGA cruises. A lot.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's wonderful. I love to hear that. Yeah, we're not all crazy.
That's true. So you called me. What's on your mind?
I called in because I've never done this before, except for earlier today. There were these 2 guys, and I say guys because one of them thinks they're a woman, but they're not. And they had a talk show, and the line of the talk show, and you don't know me and I don't know you, but I love politics. I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh, Paul Harvey. I'm from Arkansas, a very conservative family. I'm a Christian, first and foremost, and I should have shared the gospel with those guys, but I didn't because I got caught up trying to point out the flaw in their logic, which is something I'm still trying to sharpen my skills on and work on, understandably. I don't have all the answers, right?
Yep.
But the line of their show that they wanted people to call in and debate on was that MAGA hates free speech. That's literally what it said.
It doesn't sound like you were listening to a show hosted by a couple of guys. It sounds like you were watching something hosted by a couple of brain-dead parrots who don't know jack and just repeat whatever they've heard somebody else say. I mean, what kind of program is that? I mean,
You have to hear how this conversation went.
No, I'm not going to listen, I'm not going to listen, and I don't want to give them publicity, but, most people, this is the thing. Most people that are liberal, not all, because there's a lot of dysfunction and mental illness and racism and stuff. But most people that are liberal just because they're not informed. They don't really know what's going on. They think they do, but they don't. And that's an example of it.
Yeah. Yes. So their topic was censoring, how MAGA censors speech, and specifically they
Jimmy
got
Kimmel.
triggered because everyone is talking about the Jimmy Kimmel.
Well, first of all, Jimmy Kimmel was not silenced by MAGA, by Trump or the government. In fact, he's trying to silence himself. He was preempted by his employer, ABC, one night, because one of the, ABC is a broadcast network that it's not cable, right? And they're carried by local television stations around the United States. And there was one company that owns over 200 local stations who were not going to carry Jimmy Kimmel on this one particular night because they wanted to air a Charlie Kirk memorial special. And they weren't happy with Jimmy Kimmel, with the comments he's made since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And it started a little bit of a media thing. And ABC Disney preempted him for one night. You know, and I'll say this. There's a big move going on with, see these brain dead idiots you're talking to. They don't know what the freak they're talking about. So they don't have any analysis like I do. There's a big move with local television stations that are network affiliates to go independent and leave the networks. I live in South Florida. One of our big stations in Miami just left ABC and went independent. They have no network programming anymore. So when ABC has, you know, people pay ABC a lot of money to be an affiliate of their network. So when a company that has over 200 television affiliates says they're a client, like a client of ABC has a problem, it moved ABC. And then Jimmy Kimmel, because he's not only is Jimmy Kimmel a no talent, because he's not a talented guy and he's not a comedian, but he's also a spoiled child. So when this happened, he put together a monologue that was hardcore anti-MAGA and showed it to the executives. And they're like, "Are you out of your mind?" And so they were going to let him go on. And he was responding in such a hostile way. They said, "No, you can't go on tonight." So they preempted him for one night. So then Jimmy Kimmel yesterday went and met with his attorneys, and he wants ABC to release him from his contract. There's no First Amendment violation. The government's not involved. The president's not involved. This is between ABC, Disney, the network, Jimmy Kimmel, and this company, this private company that owns over 200 ABC affiliates. And all these Democrats that are talking about the First Amendment and free speech and government intervention, they just don't know what they're talking about.
And it's infuriating. So get this. I tried to question his line of reasoning. That's something that I've learned that you need to do. A lot of times if you can ask questions, their argument will start to fall apart. So as soon as I started asking questions that he didn't like, mind you, remember, I told you the title of the video.
Well, listen, I want to move on because I got a lot of things going on. But tell me, pick the best question you asked this other show that they didn't like. What was your big question?
I just want to say that he censored me by muting me, cursing me out, and making fun of me multiple times while he was talking about censoring. But yes, you're exactly right. They don't know what they're talking about.
No.
He went on to promote socialism. He went on to promote why he thinks socialism is a good idea.
Well, that's fine. Well, listen, I'm gonna move on, but I do appreciate the call, and you brought up a good topic. All right, call me again sometime. All right, I'm not really interested in hearing how somebody else runs their show, and it's just me. All right, let's see here. If you're new to the program, by the way, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure you subscribe if you are new. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Sorry, I really apologize for calling you back, but
no, it's one call per day. It's one call per day. All right.
I know, but I didn't give a chance to give a rebuttal.
I'll give you a few seconds, but
Okay, so
I'm checking my text.
There was a press You told me there was a press conference involving the Jeffrey Epstein victims.
All of them about 2 weeks ago.
Trump.
Correct.
Yeah. So I'm seeing that not all of the victims were there. So
oh my gosh! No, I don't have time for these bullshit gay guys calling in like this guy who's obsessed with Jeffrey Epstein. What about Jeffrey? I'm seeing here. I watched the press conference. They're the living victims, and and there were like what 20 of them. I'm not going to sit here and talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Call those liberal guys that last caller was talking about. I'm sure they would very much enjoy talking about Epstein. Now, also, those of you that are regulars know that I've expanded the show to 4 hours. And by the way, that last guy, if you call the next time, we'll never talk again. It's one call per day. It's always open phones. All my calls are screenless and unvetted. I only have a couple of rules. One of them is one call per day. I let you on a second time. You call me again. We won't talk again. I want to remind you guys, the expansion of the show, the extra hour, I continue the show through the radio station commercials when we switch over to the radio, which we'll do in about 25 minutes. And my afternoon and weekend shows are brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. And if you want to support my efforts to continue doing what it is I'm doing, go to MyPillow.com, use my promo code Kane at checkout, and buy some of these great products. I have pretty much everything, and I've bought with the promo code Kane, except my first MyPillow, because when I got my first MyPillow, Mike Lindell was not a sponsor of mine. But the pet beds I'd like to talk about. I've had these pet beds for many years. These are the best pet beds you've ever had, just $39.98 with my promo code Kane at checkout. They're two-sided, 100% machine washable and dryable. Okay, and they have inside of them, the MyPillow pet beds, the same patented fill that's inside the MyPillow. Your dogs, your cats will love them. Just $39.98 with my promo code Kane at checkout. The free shipping offer is still in effect too if you go to mypillow.com. All right, let's go back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Duke Hagan. I'm from Connecticut.
Yeah, well, we only need first names, guys. But go ahead, Duke in Connecticut.
All right, so I just had a quick question. I saw your hat. I'm very excited.
Yes.
So is Trump going to be able to run in 2028?
Maybe.
Really? How would that happen?
It's called something that's been done 27 times already. It's called amending the Constitution of the United States.
Oh, okay. But wasn't there a two-term limit?
In the early 1950s, the Constitution was amended because Roosevelt had those 4 terms, FDR. In the early 1950s, around 1951-ish, I can't remember the exact year, they amended the Constitution and changed it to 2 term limits. But it can be amended again to do away with the term limits, which is what I support.
Right. I would say I don't think Trump's going to get it this third time around. I just pure off of I think the beginning of his he's a great salesman. He sold us a really good presidential term, and now he's just kind of given he sold us well on the product, and the product is falling apart. It's pretty shitty.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait a second. Slow down. Hold on. Slow down. I'm very interested in this. You said he sold us a product, and the product is what?
Well,
did you say shitty?
It's breaking apart.
Hold on.
It's
Slow down. Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm going to learn something here. You said that he sold us a product, and I think you said, and the product is shitty. What is the product that he sold, and how is it a shitty product?
Well, I mean, he'd be like the Epstein files, the 9/11 files. He had the binders. He had all this really corny stuff to get everybody excited, and nothing came out of it.
Oh yeah, lots have come out of it. Everything has come out.
You talked a lot. Let me talk.
Well, it's my show. It says the Brian Craig Show on the screen.
Okay, cool.
It's my show.
What's the purpose of your show? Is your show to just talk?
No, I do. My show is to talk about the news events and have conversations. However, even though I do take calls, I'm not asking people to call in and become my co-host. I still have to, as the host of the show, I still have to host and explain things.
Right.
Excuse me. They released.
Excuse you.
Okay. Well, hey, they did release.
Hey, you were deleting all my comments. That's why I called. You talk about censorship. But
I didn't delete any comments in my chat.
By the way, this canceling. I'm no lefty, but this canceling of Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay, hold on. Can you keep a thought straight? You're jumping all over town. I haven't deleted anyone. Oh, he hung up. I haven't deleted anyone's comments in the chat this morning myself. I do have moderators. I don't know. But here's the thing. President Trump released the Epstein files that they could release. And as I said, all the victims came out and had a press conference 2 weeks ago. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Once, twice. All right, you missed out. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Mark from Texas.
Hey, Mark.
So, the president just ruled recently that Antifa will be labeled a terrorist organization. What are your thoughts on that?
He said, yeah, the president declared Antifa a terrorist organization. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
What I say to that is, that's a great question. It's about time.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What are your thoughts?
There's a lot of problems on that.
Really?
Anti-fascist Antifa is not a central organization. It's not funded by an institution. It's very loose.
So what?
So fundamentally, to be anti-fascist, what?
Well, even if that's true, which I don't believe that. Okay, those pallets of those pallets of bricks that get delivered before an event happens from time to time. That's not something that just spontaneously happens. Somebody pays for those bricks.
That's been debunked.
Somebody pays for those bricks.
President Trump isn't the president. It's the Heritage Foundation, Palantir, in bed with Israel.
Oh, okay.
Kirk.
Well, hey, listen, they're doing a good job. They're doing a good job. Have you? Let me ask you. Have you been? Are you like an Antifa guy or something? You been to those events or something? Is that why it's personal to you?
Well, it's a limit of free speech. We're failing an open book test.
We're failing an open book test?
Yes. Throughout history, we've always looked down on the censors and trying to label them as certain groups of people to try to label them into a category.
No, there's been incidents. There's been over the past 5.
You can't debate what I say.
Excuse me.
You have nothing of substance.
Well, if I have nothing of substance, I'd recommend you watch another show, because if my show is so vacuous, I'm sure you can find one that has substance in it. The rest of you on hold, stand by. They have this idea that Antifa is not an organization. Biden said it was just an idea. Remember, if there's no funding or organization, who buys those bricks? They get dumped on the side of the street on pallets before there's an incident, right? I don't know if there's not like an office that you can go to, right? Obviously, the Antifa office, they don't have offices and things like that. But there are people that are funding it. Who's behind it? Who knows? It could be deep state. It could be Soros. It could be a combination, right? But we do know that they show up at events and they are violent. And when you're showing up at political events and breaking windows and throwing bricks and such, these are some of the kind of things that happen. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Minnesota.
Hey, Minnesota. Yes, you're on the air.
How are you doing today?
Okay, hold on. Let me answer some of these other calls. Okay, he hung up. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. Vincent Wellington.
Hey, Vince. What's up, man?
Yeah, I can't stand some of these internet trolls. These people that, don't sleep or something. I don't know.
They're gamers.
I mean, not that I sleep well.
They're like gamers.
Yeah.
They live off mommy and daddy, and they think they know the way of the world.
Yeah, exactly. I get lost in their confusion way of trying to explain themselves.
But you know what I can't figure out about these guys? A lot of them are gay. Some of them are not. Some of them are just incels, involuntarily celibate. They're obsessed with Jeffrey Epstein and pedophile rings. It's just so bizarre.
I mean, if you see what's going on even in the rap world with this guy that just got caught with a 15-year-old dead girl in his backseat. I don't know if you've seen anything about that. One of these younger rappers who's like 17.
Yeah, I did. I did see that. I did see that. Yeah.
I mean, it's insane the devilish ways of some of these people and how far gone the society is on the entertainment and the arts section of the world, you know?
Yeah.
Like I don't know, like the liberal arts and the media, it's all just corrupted and it's so broken. I don't know why these people they try to defend all this stuff, you know?
Yeah. Well,
Just
the left have a lot of problems. The left have a lot of problems.
I mean, it's obvious. It's on display with when they call. I mean, you know, you have some of them are just so venomous that they can't even get past their own vision to have their own thought. You know what I mean? It's all just programmed.
And the crazy thing is, they think they really do think that they are very well informed and know more than any of us.
Right. Everybody lives their own reality, but in reality, you don't know nothing.
Yeah.
But I get lost in what these people try to explain themselves with. It's like it almost goes off topic, you know. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to Charlie Kirk and all this stuff that's going on, you know, there's so much violence and so much rhetoric on their side that we can go back to some ages ago and just show them, look, this is like almost training of psyops, you know?
Yeah.
It's almost like they provoke the psychotic behavior with what they put out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you know, and Jimmy Kimmel's a perfect example. And look at where their media is going. It's going right down the toilet.
Well,
and all these smaller.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
All these smaller news stations and all these other channels are realizing that they're losing viewership to YouTube. They're losing viewership to streaming platforms. They're losing viewership to picking your own time to watch something, to picking your own channel to make yourself aware of what's going on.
Like, I'll tell you guys, I mentioned this on the show yesterday, and it pissed off a lot of people. I've heard so much negative feedback. You know, in the last month, I've had 2.4 million people watch me just on YouTube. And, you know, I'm on a bunch of radio stations. And that, by the way, that doesn't include my podcast. That's just on my YouTube channel where I get very detailed, real-time numbers. You know, that, you know, I'm on a bunch of radio stations, and it's a major market show. I don't have that many people listening to me on the radio. I have more people listening to me online than on the radio. And the radio is very powerful and does very good, and we have a large and loyal audience. But, you know, you can reach more people in different ways now. And, you know, what's going on with like Jimmy Kimmel, the government wasn't involved in this, although it looks like it because it's being presented that way. These networks are tired of paying these people millions of dollars to go on these lowly rated television programs. So they want to get rid of Jimmy Kimmel. He's been there over 20 years. I can't believe he's been there that long.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's almost like they're all ingratiated because they've been liberal hacks for so long. It's like they get pummeled with money in the beginning, and then they're so hypnotized, and then they get their own ego, like you see with Jimmy Kimmel or Stephen Colbert. Or all these other
you know
people
what
that
happens? You're so right about that, man. You know what happens to these guys, and they do a couple of things. One is they surround themselves with, and I don't let this happen to me. I never have. People, when you do something like this, and this is what they encounter, people are always telling me what I should talk about on the show. Just friends, sometimes family. I don't listen to that. I don't talk to these people, friends and family, about things. People love to tell you what you should talk about. That happens to Colbert. That happens to Kimmel. And these Hollywood types have these fragile egos, or if you're a Christmas Story fan, fragile egos. And, you know, I love that movie. And the other thing is, a lot of these people that have platforms, they think that they take literally this influencer thing, that the audience will go in whatever direction they want them to go in. And they become almost like a crazed cult leader that think they're all powerful and swaying elections and such. And it's all ego, and it's self-destructive. You know, people that know me, Steve Kane tells me this a lot. He says that I have, what is the word he uses? Anti-ego.
Well, I mean,
you know, it's dangerous.
It's almost a good quality. It's almost a good quality because it's what you can do is almost lose yourself in it. You know what I mean?
That's right.
I see it with all these other people, these other influencers like Steven Crowder, like all these people online. They get so big, and then they feel like they own the narrative. They own the political view.
Well, what happens is I get invited. I get invited to things, and people know me, and I know people, but I don't go to these things all that often. You know, people.
Right.
I sometimes, like, you know, I've wanted to meet the president and gone to things to meet the president. I wanted to meet Charlie Kirk, and he invited me to that Turning Point, and I got to meet Bannon and Tucker.
I remember that.
And all that stuff.
That.
But I could go to that kind of stuff every weekend if I wanted to, right, for free, and be flown there. And I don't do that.
Right.
And the main reason I don't do it is I spend my time with my wife and my daughter when I can, when she wants to go hang out with me. I'm not into these. So what happens with a lot of the influencer class that you guys are talking about, they live and die on their social life.
Right.
And
exactly.
And what they don't understand is they become tools for these people.
Right, and then they surround themselves with people that drool for them, and then that just turns into more ego shit. You know what I mean?
You know who my number one advisor is?
Who's that?
My wife. My wife. And I'll tell you, just the other. I'm not going to tell the specific of what it is. I was having a conversation with someone on the show, and she said, "Brian, you shouldn't do that." I'm not going to tell you what it was or who it was, but she said you shouldn't do that. You know, and I took her advice, and I've carried myself accordingly since. That was like 2 or 3 days ago. You know, Steven Crowder, the only thing I've seen with his wife is that argument on the back porch when she was pregnant. That's all I've seen of him and his wife.
I know.
You remember that?
Right. I mean, it's not that I hate the guy, but he's funny. He's whatever. But you know, he's also been in this. He hasn't been in the political shift all that long, but what he was before is almost like an actor and a producer and a comedy guy. You know, like a kind of like a movie show little boy. You know, so he's already been ingratiated in his own way. And that's why, I kind of stick to the more. I like what the show is turning into, with what this is going through, and you extending it and making it more of a platform where you can have the discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Well, Vin, I appreciate the call.
All right. Yeah,
all right. Take care. Yeah. This thing with Jimmy Kimmel, I'm telling you, there's one of the big stations here in Miami, local ABC affiliate, just left the network. And I was surprised to see, and they have a lot of videos on YouTube talking about it. And because I watched that, there's a lot of local network affiliates for different networks that are going back to being locally independent television stations. And ABC Network, they're not carrying the network programming anymore. They can't survive that way. They'll be out of business. So when this local owner of over 200 television stations made a move, they don't want them to leave the network. That would be too big of a hit. They'd be out of major markets, many markets around the country. That's why they gave him 1 day off, and then he acted like a child. And that's just these networks also want to get out of paying these salaries. All right. Well, let me take another call or two. We're not switched over to the radio yet. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Donald Trump is a pedophile.
Okay, all right, there you go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name's Nick, and I'm from Arizona.
Okay.
I don't really know who you are or why I'm calling you, but someone just told me to call you, so...
Oh, really? Who told you to call me?
I'm just kind of...
Why?
I don't know. What?
Who told you to call me and why?
Oh, I don't know. Some random person on the internet said to roast you, apparently.
I am unroastable. Where did you find...
You're
where on the internet?
unroastable?
Where were they on the internet?
Oh, it is Instagram.
Somebody on Instagram is telling people to call me? Oh,
I don't know even who it was.
Okay, all right. What did they do? Send you a DM or something?
Yeah, pretty much. It was in a group chat.
Oh, okay. Very strange.
Are you like a political guy?
I'm a radio talk show host. I have a podcast. I live stream on YouTube. Yeah. And of course I'm a Trump supporter. So I talk about news and events that are going on each day. And I take live calls.
Okay, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you think about gay people?
That's such a vague question. Be more specific, please. What do you think about gay? What kind of question?
I guess, should they be allowed to get married, do you think, or I don't know.
Why not? So I've got people in my immediate family who are gay, and no problem with gay people.
Okay. I was just asking because I don't know. Some people just don't like gay people,
Some people don't like as an example, okay? Whoever has this group chat that said to call me and roast me, they don't like conservative MAGA people. So what? You don't have to, it's okay not to like some people, right? So if somebody doesn't like me because of my lifestyle, which is, whatever you want to call it, so what? Who cares, right? A lot of people that are liberal minded, like this person that told you to call me, they don't like me. So what is the difference between them not liking me because of my lifestyle, my politics, my belief system, my value system, and somebody that doesn't like somebody because they don't like gays? What's the difference? Same thing, isn't it?
I guess it just makes them pretty rude,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, hey, listen, I'm glad they told you to call me because we had a good conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, take care. Oh my goodness. Oh man, that's the this is the thing about liberals. Liberals believe that you have to agree and like everything they like. I give you an example. I don't like mustard. In fact, I have not had mustard since I was a small child. And I don't even know what mustard tastes like. I know that'll seem crazy to all of you people. I don't even like the smell of mustard. The smell of mustard makes me sick. But liberals believe if they like mustard, you have to like mustard. And not only that, you have to eat things with mustard on them. And I know that takes it around the realm of things, but obviously the person that told him to call me doesn't like me. So why do they not like me? Probably... it was probably somebody that the conversation didn't go well for them when they called me. But they don't like me because of my chosen lifestyle. And my lifestyle is that of a man who's married to a woman. I do a political program every day of the week. And I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a MAGA guy. They don't like me. So if they don't like me, are they a MAGA-phobe? Are they a MAGA bigot? What are they? And why is that okay? That's the mindset of the liberal is, it's a strange one. Hold on, we're going to be switching over to the radio in seconds, so hold on. Okay, if you're on hold, stand by. Okay, we got about a minute till we go over to the radio, so I'm not going to take any calls right now because we're going to start the radio show, and when we start the radio show, I'm going to reintroduce some topics and get into some different things. So if you're on hold, you can hang in there if you so choose. But we're not going to take some call. We're not going to take calls for a bit. Okay, what am I going to lead with? Okay, here we go. We'll be live in about 40 seconds. All right, stand by. Here we go. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and you are listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. It is Friday. We've got a lot of news to cover, but Friday, you know what Friday is on the program? It is Open Phones on Friday. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday. And on Open MAGA Mike Friday, you can call in about any and everything on your mind. You're not limited to the topics that I bring up. Although I got a lot of things to bring up today, A lot of big things happen with the president and a lot of other things. But on Friday's show, the show prep is up to you guys. The other days of the week, you have to call in about what we're talking about. But on Friday's show, you can call in about any and everything you want to call in about. The number's toll free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. All right, another Democrat assassin has been arrested. We're just learning about this. And if you want to see this whole article, I did tweet this. It's on my X, Brian Craig Show on X. New Hampshire man threatened to kill the Republican governor of New Hampshire with weapon of mass destruction. A 22-year-old man in New Hampshire is facing felony charges for threatening to kill the Republican governor of New Hampshire with a weapon of mass destruction. He was actually arrested at the end of August. Okay, and we're just learning about it now. And it's also being reported by Fox News Channel. He says, let me see here, let me pull up the article here. His name is Tristan Alexander Anderson. He was arrested in late August by the Pembroke police. They learned he had allegedly threatened the Republican governor of New Hampshire on a Snapchat after his roommate shared messages with her ex-boyfriend. And he had a target list and everything else. But no doubt about it, another leftist, another Democrat, who was threatening to assassinate a Republican elected official. Now, luckily, the ex-girlfriend here got a hold of some messages and took care of business and nothing happened. But this is the second assassin in just a couple of weeks. Don't you see the pattern here? You know, the media are continuing to tell us over and over again that, this is a problem on both sides. We are the victim. They're victim blaming. There's no threats. There's no violence. There's none of this going on from the right, from MAGA, from Republicans to liberals. It's all one-sided, time and time again. And these are all recent stories. This story of the New Hampshire Democrat terrorist assassin is on Breitbart. It's in Fox News. I don't think they'll spend a lot of time on it on MSNBC or CNN because it doesn't fit their narrative. This is an insane time we're in. You know, I remember when I was a little kid in the 70s and the 80s, and I would see all these things about the 60s. I always felt like I missed out on something. Boy, was I wrong. I didn't miss out on anything because the 60s had a lot of similarities to what's going on now. And this is not fun. In fact, it's rather frightening, isn't it? You know, we've got this incredible memorial for the late, great Charlie Kirk that's going to take place on Sunday in Arizona. The president and many others will be there. And I think it is fair to say that the Charlie Kirk Memorial, I'm calling it a funeral. I know the official private family funeral is on Saturday. The public funeral and memorial is on Sunday. And I imagine it will be carried on television. I'm going to be watching it on Right Side Broadcasting probably all day on Sunday. I'm canceling whatever plans I have on Sunday will be canceled to watch this all day. And I imagine a lot of you will be doing the same thing. My guess is this will be the largest funeral in the history of the United States. And it's really amazing what's happened here with Charlie Kirk. Now, I've known who Charlie Kirk was for many years, and a lot of you that listen to me do, but I didn't realize how famous he was, did you? And he's a lot more famous today and beloved by people than he was over a week ago, before he was assassinated. He was assassinated, 9 days ago now. And this god-awful event that sadly I saw online, which I wish I wouldn't have. You know, what happened was, when this happened, is I was here in my studio. I was getting ready to go live on my podcast, and my phone rang, and I was just about to hit live. Steve Kane called me. He said, they just shot Charlie Kirk. I said, what? And I pulled it up and saw the video, and I told Steve, I said, he didn't survive that. He's gone. Now then they told us they got the heartbeat later. I got some hope, but and it was, everything's changed since in this country. And so many people have been red-pilled in the last 9 days. After Butler, a lot of people were red-pilled. But after this, a lot more were red-pilled. One of the things is with the youth is Charlie Kirk was, when he first started doing what it is he was doing, he wasn't so popular with the youth crowd. He built that up over the last several years. And Charlie Kirk is the first, a lot of us have been saying he's like this generation's JFK, right, after the assassination. I agree with that, but I think he's also my generation's JFK because all that happened before I was born too, and I'm Gen X. But to young people, the Gen Zs that are very magatized right now, have been red-pilled by the millions, Charlie Kirk's the first major person to die in their circle, even though he was a little older, but in their circle of people they follow, right? And that hits hard to that generation. And Charlie Kirk was assassinated because of what he was talking about on these college campuses. And it really is so bizarre to me that I'm seeing all these leftists who are out there defending Jimmy Kimmel, saying his First Amendment rights have been violated, which is not true. And I'm going to talk about that in a little detail in a few minutes. But when Charlie Kirk was assassinated for the things he was saying, they blamed Charlie Kirk for his own assassination. And they spent a week doing that. They only stopped because this Jimmy Kimmel story happened. How many of them did you hear say, well, it's a bad thing, but his rhetoric, right? So it's okay, according to these leftists, for someone to take Charlie Kirk's life because of of his speech, but Jimmy Kimmel is on a pedestal where he's entitled to say whatever he wants and there's no consequences. Why isn't Jimmy Kimmel personally responsible because of the idiotic things he says for ABC taking him off the air? If these liberals believe Charlie Kirk is responsible for his own assassination, isn't Jimmy Kimmel responsible for being taken off the air? By the things he said? Little double standard there. The liberals don't understand what it is they're saying, ever. Liberals are, I don't care how old they are, they're all children. They think like children. They're governed by nothing but emotion, and only one emotion. And that emotion is hate, anger, hate. And, when you're angry, think about it. When you're angry, which is hatred's a form of anger, it has an effect on your mind that is like a drug. It's like being intoxicated. That's why when people get aggravated and they get in, like when a couple get into a fight and they're mad, and that rage is coming, they say things that they don't mean. It's like they have Tourette's and profanities come out, names come out, all kinds of things come out. Nobody means any of it. But and it means nothing, but because they're angry, things blurt out. I've had that happen to me, and everybody has. Well, liberals are like that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for their entire lives. From the moment they're coherent until the moment of their death. They're in a constant state of rage. And they don't even hear themselves because they're so angry, they can't even process what it is they're saying. And that's my view on it. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. I've got a lot to cover today. It is Open MAGA Mike Friday, so you can call in about any and everything on your mind. The number's toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. I want to talk about the great Mike Lindell at MyPillow. Mike Lindell's been a supporter of this program and all of my content, the Steve Kane Radio Show, my podcast, my YouTube channel, everything for many, many years. And I've just recently done a big expansion of the show. Those of you that watch me online, I've done a big expansion of the show. The morning show is now 4 hours, an hour of it's online. A bunch of other things. I do an afternoon show, weekend shows, all brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com, use our promo code Kane at checkout, and let Mike Lindell know that his support is money well spent. I want to talk today about the MyPillow pet beds. These pet beds are amazing. First of all, I've always had pets my whole life, so I've had every pet bed there is. And when I got the MyPillow pet bed, this is the most amazing pet bed that's ever been invented. Okay? Other pet beds, because pets are pets, they're animals, no matter what, right? Like yesterday, one of my cats scratched me, and I was bleeding. And some of you might have seen this online. I was bleeding. And people were telling me and DMing me and my wife, and you got to clean that. Cats are dirty. So, animals, no matter how clean you think they are, they're animals. They're dirty. And with pet beds, they got all their dander and dirt and all the stuff they do there. And other pet beds, you can't wash them properly. They have covers with foam inside. You wash the cover, you can't wash the foam, so everything is soaked through the foam. It's a mess. You can never get the cover back on right. The MyPillow pet beds are 100% completely machine washable and dryable. On the inside, they have the same patented fill that the MyPillows have, and you can wash and dry the entire pet bed, and it washes the entire inside and outside, and when you dry it, it's like the day it arrived. Just $39.98 with my promo code KANE at checkout, K-A-N-E. They come in 3 different sizes and many different colors. Your dogs, your cats, they will love them. So go to MyPillow.com and order yours. And the free shipping offer is still in effect. Take advantage of that while it is there. All right, it's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. We'll take a break and be right back. Okay, we'll take some calls here. Hold on. Okay. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Mr. Craig. Eddie, and I'm from New Hampshire.
Hey, Eddie, what's up?
So I was listening to you, and you had mentioned about somebody putting in a threat to our governor, Kelly Ayotte, up here.
Yeah.
I think a lot of what is going on with this, Mr. Craig, is if you recall back in 2012, I think there was something called the Smith-Mundt Act that Obama and Biden got rid of. Mm-hmm. And it seems like to me that the media has been able to lie about damn near anything that they wish. And, the funny thing is I've got a friend of mine that has worked in liberal media for quite a while. And I said to him, look, I said, you're blaming me for looking at alternate news sources. Your administration that you love created this issue. Yeah. That's why so many conservative talk show folks have become the regular news source for what we want.
Well, let me tell you, okay? What the biggest problem with the news, it's not just their bias. The news has always been liberally biased, okay? But they're not news anymore. They're calling themselves, a lot of times, I had a couple calls like this. Well, not a lot. From time to time, you'll hear someone say to me, "Oh, you're a journalist. You're supposed to be the news." I'm an opinion maker. Okay, I give opinions. I do give my opinions on the news, but I don't. This is not the Brian. I don't say I'm the Brian Craig News Show or the Steve Kane News. We're not news. Yeah. We talk about the news. So the reason I share that, there's no more news. It's all opinions. I'll give you an example. Okay, there's a great movie from the 1980s with William Hurt. And it's called Broadcast News. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my grandpa and I used to watch that when I was a kid.
Watch it again. Okay, and that movie is so relevant to today. There's a scene where William Hurt, there's a news crisis going on, and he's covering, and he's out of things to say, and he gave his opinion. He gave an opinion just to fill time. The camera cuts to the control room, and the news director says, "Who gives an F what you think?" Right? So there was
Mr. Craig,
but now it's all opinion. All of it is opinion on all the news. There's no more news.
So, Mr. Craig, if I can ask you, do you think that they should reinstitute the Smith-Mundt Act and rename it to the Charlie Kirk Act?
I don't know.
A friend of mine was talking about that.
I don't know enough about this act, and I get a little nervous when I hear people say, well, it made it illegal to lie, because a lie is such a vague term that's open to interpretation. Yeah. People, if you give an opinion about something like you're giving me now, someone may think you're lying. So if you violated the... So I can't... I don't know. I don't like somebody saying it's illegal to lie. Not that I think it's okay to lie, but a lie, one person's lie is another person's truth. I mean, I believe Jesus was born, died, and rose again, but a lot of people think I would be lying if I said such a thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of what we've seen in the news, though, is that they do turn around. They tell half-truths. They manipulate things. They've roasted conservative folks to no end. The best example I can give is that they're saying conservatives are the problem, conservatives are the issue, conservatives are the violent ones.
Yeah, of course.
And we see that all the time.
Listen, I'm coming back, so I got to run, but I'm looking at the clock. I'm up against the clock, but thanks for the call. You made some good points.
Sir.
All right, take care. Okay, we're in break on the radio, but if you're on hold, stand by. If you want to call, numbers pinned in the chat. We're coming back in seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977. Okay, so I was talking to someone during the break, and there's a lot of this talk about this, what's it called, the Smith-Mudd Act, whatever, this act that Obama and Biden did away with that forbid lying by the news. And there's a lot of people talking about bringing this act back. And I don't know enough about that. I don't think anyone does, to say yes or no, at least not the people I'm hearing talk about it. And, the problem, that we have, there's a lot of problems we have, okay? When you're a broadcast network or radio station, there's equal time rules. And there's also rules with politics, okay? So let me give you an example of what's going on with ABC with Jimmy Kimmel. Many of you, I'm sure, know that The View is an entertainment chat show with a bunch of old hags that sit around and shoot the blank, right? But ABC News is the division of ABC that The View falls under. It falls under the category of news. Does that look like news? Meghan McCain, I think this was in her Daily Mail column. I'm no fan of Meghan McCain, but she was talking, she used to be on The View. And she was talking yesterday, Meghan McCain, that The View has had over the last year over 100, she gave the exact number, it was way over 100 political guests, all of them Democrat, all of them liberal, not one conservative. And she said, well, they're on the broadcast network, they're under the news division, they've been defined as news by ABC, but it's all one-sided news, right? So so what Meghan McCain is saying, they're in violation of the law. Now, you may say, well, you're one-sided. Well, one thing is, I'm not news. That's one. And two, all sides are welcome on this program, right? With our open phones and our screenless calls, anyone can come in with any opinion all over the place at any particular time. But The View, I thought that was an interesting thing that Meghan McCain brought up about The View. I want to say it was like 135 guests over the last year, liberals all, not one Republican. And since they're a news program, ABC has defined them as news, are they in violation of equal time rules? And I would say yes. So these late night shows, now I'm not a late night show watcher because since I first started working at 18, like full-time, I've always worked early morning hours. I used to watch the late night shows when I was a kid during the summer, and things like that. I used to watch Carson and Letterman. From these shows that are on now, I just see clips of them when they're online, when something happens and they're in the news. But it's not like the days of Carson and the way Letterman used to be when he became big and famous. They're now news commentary shows. And, Stephen Colbert got famous for that. Remember he did the Colbert Show on the Comedy Channel where he was doing in his mind, he was doing a parody of Bill O'Reilly, who was the #1 show in primetime at the time. And I remember when Stephen Colbert got the job to replace Letterman, he said he wasn't going to do that character or politics. It was going to be about celebrities and stuff. And he started doing that. I guess the ratings weren't that good, so he went to this. He went to what he'd started doing, which was the politics and that old character. And it became very one-sided. Jimmy Kimmel, we got a lot of information updating us on Jimmy Kimmel, which I'm going to go through. But Jimmy Kimmel became is like a political show too. So is Jimmy Kimmel, is that show an entertainment program or is it a news program? If it's politics at the level that it is and it's all one-sided, are they in violation of equal time? And here's another, or is it an opinion program, which is fine, but they got to let it be known. And, you know, local news are still required to do this, give equal time to opinions. They used to do these editorials by the general managers of television stations, and anybody could call up and say, I want to respond, and they'd have to let you, and it would air on television, right? You know, I don't know if they still do those editorials by the general, but they used to, and they were pretty cool, and I always enjoyed them. But Jimmy Kimmel and everything that's going on here, it's being framed as a First Amendment issue, Jimmy Kimmel, but nothing could be further from the truth. And I'll tell you one of the things that's going on, and then I'll tell you the whole background after the bottom of the hour, because I don't have enough time. After the bottom of the hour break, I'm going to tell you the real story of what's happened with Jimmy Kimmel, because a lot has come public in the last 12 hours, and I'm going to go through all of it after the bottom of the hour break. And if you're on hold, hang in there. I will take more calls. But this thing with Jimmy Kimmel that's going on right now is Hollywood has done something which they never thought they'd be able to do. They don't pay residuals anymore to actors. And you see a lot of actors doing a lot of garbage, like Harrison Ford did that Indiana Jones embarrassment a couple years ago, and he's on some Apple TV show. He's not getting residuals for his previous work anymore. This is what the actors' strike was about, and the actors lost. The actors are not paid residuals for the streaming services, and syndication is not what it used to be. The syndication is now primarily done through the streaming services, and Hollywood has broken the residuals. And let me tell you, residuals paid boatloads of money. And there were character actors that just had bit roles, but a lot of them who were millionaires many times over, getting big, big, big checks. And that's all over now. And Hollywood's very happy because they're making more money and they don't have to pay these actors for things that they did. So the whole residual system's over. What's going on with Jimmy Kimmel is at a whole nother level, which I'm going to tell you after the break. But first, you know, it's Friday, and you have any plans for the weekend? Do they involve you moving your body? Are you in pain? Well, go see Dr. Appleton today and take advantage of his laser wave pain treatment. You know, Dr. Appleton, I'm going to be over there either today or tomorrow with Dr. Appleton. I'm going to go see Dr. Appleton because we're going to record a new commercial with Dr. Appleton, and he's a busy guy. He's open Monday through Saturday. So I'm going to go to his office to record the commercial. So I'll be there either today or tomorrow and to do that. I haven't seen him in a while because he rid me of my pains and I haven't gotten hurt again. But if you're in pain, go see Dr. Appleton. His laser wave pain treatment works. He's rid me of pain 7 times, and it works on every type of pain I've ever heard of. Acute pain, chronic pain, herniated disc. By the way, this is a very incomplete list, but these are some of the more common. Rotary tears, plantar fasciitis, fibromyalgia, spinal stenosis, tinnitus, sciatica, knee pains, neck pains, back injuries, neck injuries, car accident pain, post-surgical swelling, repetitive motion injuries, strains and sprains, work injuries, sports injuries, arthritis, bursitis. The list goes on. And, you know, you ever know someone that's gotten surgery for knee pain, shoulder injury, or back pain or something? Oh, I'm in so much pain, I'm getting this knee surgery, right? Have they ever come back to you, or maybe you've had this experience yourself with your own body? Have they ever come back to you and said, oh, I don't have knee pain anymore, I don't have shoulder pain anymore, I don't have back pain anymore? Typically what I've heard from friends and family is, oh yeah, I had that surgery, I've got my second surgery scheduled for June. So I was like, second surgery? The first one didn't work. So if you're considering surgery for one of these pain, go see Dr. Appleton. Take advantage of the laser wave pain treatment, right? Try that first. There's no surgery with the laser treatment. It's completely painless. There's no shots, no injections, no medications. Dr. Appleton performs all the treatments himself. Walk-ins are welcome, and appointments are never necessary, even on Saturdays. And if you have x-rays or scans, bring them with you. Dr. Appleton will gladly look them over for you. Give him a call, 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. All right, we're in a break right now. So I'm going to go through the entire background of the Jimmy Kimmel situation when we get back. But I wanted to share a couple of things here with you guys during the break. By the way, if you're watching me on the live stream with the green behind me, if you want to see and hear the audio sound bites and videos I play and see the articles, go to my main stream. You can see and hear all the audio there. And there's a direct link to the main stream in the description of the episode, those of you that are watching with the green. This is the man who's probably going to be our second MAGA president, J.D. Vance, the vice president. He's talking about when he told the president Charlie Kirk was gone. Listen to this. Yeah, you know, that's come up because it had been reported that Don Jr. was the mover and shaker for the president to pick J.D. Vance as his running mate. And what we found out in the last week, it was Charlie Kirk. And if you did not watch the vice president filling in for Charlie Kirk on Monday, you got to go watch it. In particular, the two segments, the segment with Bobby Kennedy and the segment with Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff. Those were the last two guest segments. The last segment was him alone talking. And between those two segments, they went through all these behind-the-scene things that Charlie Kirk has been doing with the administration. So the vice president is there, JD, who's going to be our second MAGA president because of Charlie Kirk. Bobby Kennedy said he was that Charlie Kirk was the one that got him to join Trump. Okay, I mean, so that's really amazing, and I don't think any of us knew how much of a role that Charlie Kirk had in the administration here. I didn't, and I'll tell you something. That's a big loss because when you want, we'll be back in about a minute. If you're on hold, stand by. We will take some more calls. He was so involved at the upper level of the second Trump administration that it's almost like he was operating as the chief of staff. You know, like Susie Wiles was handling the day-to-day work, but the big stuff was happening because of Charlie Kirk. And that's not an exaggeration. I was surprised. I mean, we knew he was involved, but not at the level that he was. And anybody who tells you they knew, if they're on the outside like we are, they're lying to you. I was shocked to find out he was involved in so many things. Very influential person, and that's a big power broker in the whole Washington scene that's not there anymore. All right, we'll be back in just about 20 seconds. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. It's toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. I got to get some copy here for the next... All right, we're back. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show. Florida's longest running radio show on this Open MAGA Mic Friday. If you're on hold, stand by. There's a couple things I want to bring up on this Jimmy Kimmel story, because there's been a lot of developments, and what the media are doing is just so irresponsible. Not that the mainstream media are ever responsible, but they have totally crafted a 100% false narrative about everything involving Jimmy Kimmel. What happened with Jimmy Kimmel is a private company that owns it's like their second largest affiliate owner of television stations nationwide, said that they were not going to carry Jimmy Kimmel's show on a particular night. They were offended by what he had said about the Charlie Kirk assassin and MAGA, and they were going to carry some type of Charlie Kirk memorial special instead. And then ABC, after it became public, they took him off the air one night. Now, before I get to the second part, what's going on with network television, I don't think is widely known. Here in South Florida, one of the I guess oldest, well-known hometown television stations in the Miami market, Miami Broward market, is WPLG. Right? WPLG. And Ann Bishop, remember all the PLG people? Been around forever, WPLG. And they just, in the last, I don't know, month or so, they left ABC. They are now an independent television station. WPLG, I've lived in South Florida almost my entire life, since I was a little kid. WPLG has been an ABC affiliate for I don't know how long. And they didn't switch and become an affiliate for someone else. They're a completely 100% independent station in the Miami market. I was shocked when that announcement came, and there was a lot of buildup to it. And what I had thought, and I was wrong, I thought it was a negotiating tactic. And because I saw the president of the company, the GM, whatever it was, and they were saying that ABC was raising their syndication fees, and it was just not profitable for them, and they were going independent. And it's 100% independent programming now. And I do watch it. I've got their app on my TV, and I do watch PLG, and it's like local news all the time. And I enjoy that, and I watch it. It's not a paid ad or anything for WPLG. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be talking about a local news station, but it fits into the Jimmy Kimmel thing. And WPLG did a lot of online discussions, including videos all over the internet, that led up to them becoming independent and leaving the network, and why. And now they are independent. And then I found that there's a lot of stations, a lot of local television stations around America are doing the same thing that WPLG did. They're leaving the network affiliation for all kinds of reasons. They say it's too expensive. Maybe it is. Maybe so many people watch the network programming on streaming services that it's a waste of their airtime. They're not making money on it because people are watching it on Hulu or the network's app. I don't watch too much network television. There's a couple shows I like, and I don't watch them on the television. I watch them on apps. I like the FBI show, FBI and FBI Most Wanted. I don't like that European one. I watch those on the Paramount Plus app, and I have the Paramount Plus app for that, and they've got all the Star Treks there. I watch Chicago PD, right? I watch Chicago PD. I don't watch it on television. I watch it on the NBC app, okay? You know, and that's about all the broadcast television shows I watch, but I don't watch them on TV. So, but there are local television stations all over the United States that are going independent and are no longer a part of the network. I didn't realize this. A lot of them are. And you're not a network if you don't have a network. And what ABC did was very weird, and I'm still confused by it. Since WPLG left them, Channel 7 WSVN is like two things now. They're Fox and ABC. I'm very confused by this. I've seen Belkis Neray and Craig Stevens talking about this. I don't understand it. It's very confusing. But Channel 7 WSVN is now ABC and Fox network. I don't understand that, but they are. I don't know. They got some other stuff. A very confusing thing going on there. But But WPLG, there are stations all over the country that are going independent. So what happened with Jimmy Kimmel, this one company that was not going to carry Jimmy Kimmel for just this one night and to air this Charlie Kirk memorial because they were not happy with what he was saying about the assassin and such. ABC is in a bit of a panic because they're not a network if they don't have affiliates. And if affiliates drop, they lose these major markets. These affiliates are clients of the network. So this company that wasn't going to do this, I can't remember the exact number, but they have over 200 affiliates, and it's like their second largest company that they deal with affiliates. So they go to Jimmy Kimmel, the network, ABC, Disney. They go to Jimmy Kimmel. They talk about this. And Jimmy Kimmel, who's a child, very immature guy, very entitled, but he's a liberal. He acts like a lunatic. He showed the ABC executives this monologue that he was going to do that night. And it was a big, pardon my language, but it was a big FU monologue. It was a big, hardcore anti-MAGA monologue, big FU, to tick off MAGA people in response to what their second largest affiliate company holder was doing. And the network said, no way, you're off tonight. So then the network took him off because of that. And because he was out of control. They can't trust him to be on the air. Because he had blown his stack so much, and he had this, whatever it was, we haven't seen the monologue because the show didn't happen, they haven't released it, but it was so outrageous. The ABC executive said he's out of control. We can't put him on. We're going to lose affiliates. It's going to be terrible. So they preempted his show for one night on the network. By the way, no government involvement here. The president wasn't involved. I know they're talking about some merger deal. It's all BS. No FCC. This was all Jimmy Kimmel, ABC, the network executives, and some of their affiliate stations. But Jimmy Kimmel threw a fit. He had this FU monologue that was going to really freak out MAGA. And they said, we can't put him on. You can't do this. We'll lose the affiliates. This is crazy. So they preempted him one night. I don't even know what they ran on the network. Was it a rerun? And so he threw a fit. And yesterday, Jimmy Kimmel went to his lawyers with photographers taking pictures of him doing it so it would get all over the news. And he's now, through his lawyers and agent, Jimmy Kimmel is asking ABC to release him from his contract. You know, Colbert just got a big Netflix deal, okay? So Jimmy Kimmel, he can't make a deal because he's got a contract. It goes on for however long's left, and then there's a non-compete. So he can't ink a deal because he's locked into them for however long the contract is. It could be years, and then there's a non-compete after that. So he's trying to get himself fired by ABC and released from his contract on his own. This is not a First Amendment issue. This is a spoiled Hollywood person dealing with his bosses that are running a network, ABC, that's losing affiliates, like they lost WPLG in Miami, which was a big hit. And this weird freak show they're doing a programming with WSVN, I can't even figure out. You know, it's confusing. So it's been a hit for them. There's no government involvement here. I know, you know, that FCC board member doing these interviews with Jesse Waters and stuff, that made it appear that there was a problem from the government and all this stuff, but it wasn't. This is all internal stuff going on at ABC. But here's my question to, I know, right. And nobody's talking about this in the news. So the other thing is this, okay? And this is a very, and I know it's open MAGA Mike Friday. You can call in about any and everything on your mind, okay? But we all agree, regardless of what your opinion is on the, if there was a conspiracy around the assassin, I believe there was, but we all know that the assassin of Charlie Kirk assassinated Charlie Kirk 9 days ago because he didn't like what he was saying at these schools, right? And on his show and podcast and everything, right? So Charlie Kirk was assassinated for expressing his views, the First Amendment, using the First Amendment to publicly express his views. this assassin assassinated him because of that. Is that not a First Amendment violation? And in the aftermath of the assassination of Charles, now listen to this, I got an important question. I want to hear your thoughts on this. It's open MAGA Mike Friday. You can call in about anything, but I really hope some of you could call in on either side and give your opinion on what I'm laying out to you here, okay? I'd love to have a good conversation with people on both sides of the aisle on this. Everyone agrees he assassinated Charlie Kirk because he didn't like what he was saying, even liberals. But what have the liberals been saying for the last week? They've been saying, even Obama, that Charlie Kirk, what he said, what he was expressing was hurtful and hateful to people. So they say, oh, we're sorry that he was assassinated, but they've been blaming Charlie Kirk for his own assassination, haven't they, on the left? They've been blaming Charlie Kirk for his own assassination, saying that the things that he was expressing were so offensive to people, he should have known better, he got himself shot dead. They've been saying that for a week. So my question to you is this. Why do they assign blame to Charlie Kirk for his assassination because of things he was saying? But Jimmy Kimmel has no role or responsibility in being taken off the air by these network affiliates or the networks because of what he was saying? It's okay, according to these liberals in the media, for Charlie Kirk to be assassinated because of the words he said were offensive to people? But that's not okay, and it's okay for the guy to shoot him dead because of that? But Jimmy Kimmel can say whatever he wants, and how dare you question it, even if you're his employer. Something's messed up here, people. And there's certainly a very strange and extreme double standard. Charlie Kirk's responsible for his own death, the liberals say. But Jimmy Kimmel has no responsibility in ABC taking him off the air for what he says. Now, it is Open MAGA Mike Friday. You can call in about any and everything on your mind today. But I really would like to have a discussion from people both left and right on this topic, because I think it's an important topic, and the media are all not touching on the real story at all. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. My name is Brian Craig. This is the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, what do you guys think about that? I really do. I know there's people on hold, but that were a bit on hold for a while. But I really hope that you guys will call in about that, because I'm getting very frustrated with what we're seeing in the news here about all this. Aren't you? I mean, I can't be alone on this. And it just blows my mind that no one has gotten to the detail that I just went through on this topic. Okay, and it's very, very frustrating to me. But Charlie Kirk got himself killed, they say, but Jimmy Kimmel can say whatever he wants, and nobody should even have an opinion other than it's okay. Okay, hold on. Where is this? Okay, here we go. Yeah, I know. It's pretty outrageous. Now, guys, I want to remind you, all this expanded programming, including continuing the program during the breaks, the added hour, my afternoon show, my weekend shows, all brought to you by Mike Lindell at mypillow.com. So let Mike Lindell know that his sponsorship is well placed, okay? So go to mypillow.com and you let Mike Lindell know that his sponsorship of the program is well placed by using our promo code Kane at checkout. You can use our promo code Kane at checkout, K-A-N-E, on all the specials at mypillow.com. Make sure you check out the 3-inch MyPillow mattress topper. It's $50 off and free shipping. I have the 3-inch MyPillow mattress topper. It comes in every mattress size. It will change your life. You will get a good night's sleep like you've never gotten before with the 3-inch MyPillow mattress topper. First night I got it, I slept on, my wife and I woke up, it was a Sunday morning, the sun was out. I never have woken up with the sun out. I always would wake up dark, but I slept the whole night through. When I go to bed at night and I get in bed with my 3-inch MyPillow mattress topper, which is $50 off and free shipping, with my promo code Kane at checkout, K-A-N-E, at mypillow.com, I'm asleep in literally 2 minutes. It turns your whole bed into a big My Pillow. I feel all the stress, everything out of my body, dealing with all this crap in the news. It's gone. And I'm out like a light. My wife will tell you, I haven't seen the end of a single 30-minute sitcom that we watch at night when I'm going to bed. I never see the end because I'm asleep, and I sleep deeply, well rested. $50 off and free shipping on the 3-inch My Pillow mattress topper with the promo code KANE at checkout, KANE, at mypillow.com. All right, let me check the time here. Okay, we'll be back in 1 minute, so I will take calls when we get back. But I'm really hoping to hear from some of you on this. It's important stuff, and I did pull up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got something I got to play when we get back. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. If you're new, make sure you subscribe, all right? And if you could, like the video and take the link and share it on your socials and invite your friends to this program. Okay. 20 seconds. Welcome back, one and all. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. If you want to call in, the number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Adam from New York. How you doing, Brian?
All right. What's on your mind, New York?
I just want to talk a little about the other day the hearings with Kash Patel.
Oh yeah, those were great.
How can the Republicans allow the Democrats act up like that, like Booker and that Jasmine Crockett?
Well, what do you mean by that? What are Republicans supposed to do?
Well, like Omar, she made some comments the other day that were aligned just like Jimmy Kimmel. She should be thrown out of Congress.
Well, in a radio-friendly way, I'm no fan of Jasmine Crockett, okay? I mean, I saw a clip of her. She said this week, just because you do crime doesn't mean you're a criminal. I mean, she says stupid stuff. But what did she...
Well, she's saying
hold on, let me answer these lines that are coming in. What did Jasmine Crockett say that you think she should be removed from Congress for saying?
That white people are white supremacists, and
well, I wouldn't remove her from Congress for that, but I'll tell you this: she's a congresswoman without a district. Her district in Texas doesn't exist anymore. They just did all this redistricting in Texas, and they did away with her district. She's a congresswoman without a district in the next election. So the Republicans. Slow down. So the Republicans have found a clever way to remove her from Congress. That's why she's doing all this race baiting. Okay? She's trying to stir up and rile up a following of militant blacks so that she can somehow remain in Congress and play the race card. That's why she's doing all this stuff. It's desperate race baiting she's doing. It's pathetic.
all right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Ilhan Omar with Trump, what about her?
I mean, she said some comments about the death of Charlie, Kirk.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly, but it was offensive. And from what I heard, and from I mean, How come they were able to throw George Santos out of the Congress without him any convictions and stuff? But they allowed like her to run her mouth
because the Republicans are weak. They should never have been allowed.
Yeah, that's why.
George Santos is in prison right now. I mean, my goodness, what did he do? Yeah, I agree with you. They should have stood by George Santos. It's a disgusting thing not standing up for him. Yeah, I agree with you. I was disgusted.
And who was the one that was pushing that mostly? It was Mitt Romney. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. No, it's a terrible thing. Yeah, because Republicans, you got rhinos and they're cowards. I mean, look, there was a vote this week to remove Ilhan Omar from her committees because of some things with her, some of the things you've mentioned. And it didn't go through because, what was it, 3 Republicans? What was the exact number? Some Republicans voted against removing her from her committees. Yeah. This just happened this week. Yeah, we've got a lot of rhinos in Congress still. We don't have, because of the monkeying around with the census, the Democrats are overrepresented in the House. So we have a majority, but it's a slim majority. And there's enough rhinos in there, a couple of them get together on something, and George Santos is out. Ilhan Omar's on her committees. That's why. But that's going to change. With the new census and redistricting that's going on, we're going to gain like 20 Republican seats easy. Just on that. And these things that people are getting away with that you're talking about will disappear. Because the rhinos' influence will wane and Republicans will be properly represented. I know, it's upsetting to me too. Well, thank you for calling. I appreciate it. From New York. Take care. Good guy. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Thank you for accepting me. I actually talked to you the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a MAGA, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question because, real quick, I'm not sure what we're talking about or what topic you're talking about, but I have a question. Can Trump go again? He's older, obviously, but can he become president a second time, or excuse me, a third time?
Sure.
Is that law or not?
The Congress could change the Constitution and do away with term limits, which means Bill Clinton and Obama could run against Trump as running mates if they wanted. Or George Bush, or George W. Bush could run in the Republican primary against Trump and try to win the nomination again.
Right. So my understanding, I don't know if this is actually law or whatever. I mean, you would know more than me, but it was like, so FDR, hang on, go back to George Washington. He kind of set the standard, right? And it was kind of, it was a tradition.
Correct.
But not a law. So FDR, as we know, because he was so popular and people loved him, he went on for...
No, he was not popular. He was not popular. In fact, his approval ratings in 1941 were going down the tubes. And because the New Deal was a failure. And then after Pearl Harbor, his ratings went up. That's one of the reasons people think he allowed it to happen, which I do believe. I believe FDR knew about Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, it was the war. It was the war.
Yeah,
correct,
but his approval ratings in the national polls was going way down because the New Deal had failed. And after Pearl Harbor, his ratings went up. That's one of the reasons he probably allowed it to happen. In the early 1950s, I can't remember what year. I should look it up because we talked. It's like 51, 53, somewhere around there. They passed a constitutional amendment bringing in presidential two-term limits. So for the majority of American history, we didn't have presidential term limits. This is something new that happened in the 50s. And that could be changed, which means Obama, Clinton, and George W. could all run.
Sorry, that's the law then. That's the law.
It's a constitutional amendment, yeah.
Oh, I got you, okay.
But an amendment, every time there's an amendment, it means the Constitution has been amended. Okay, and there have been amendments that have had, like for example, prohibition was a constitutional amendment. Congress passed another amendment overturning the Prohibition Amendment. Okay, so the amendments come and amendments go. A constitutional amendment gave blacks the vote. A constitutional amendment gave women the vote. There's nothing wrong or un-American about amending the Constitution. It's the American way.
That's very true. And not only that, but even the two terms.
Well, listen, I got to run, so I give you the last word. I got to run. I got to run. It was a tradition. Yeah, it was a tradition that was started by Washington. So goes the legend. I want to talk about Friendly Tire and Margate. Holy smokes. I was over at Friendly Tire yesterday talking to Friendly Mike. He has thousands and thousands of good used tires in stock at incredibly low prices. But he also has the lowest prices on new tires, too. And he has all the name brands you know and love. Firestone, Aurora, Goodyear, Pirelli. If there's a brand you like, he can get it if he doesn't have it in stock. And he can get all the tires you want. You can get new tires on the road and out the door for as low as $75 a tire. Remember, Friendly Tire doesn't charge you to mount, balance, or dispose of your old tires, so the quote Mike gives you over the phone is out the door and on the road. Give him a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire and Margate. Make sure you tell them I sent you. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. 2 hours to go. We'll break for the top and be right back. All right. Now we're going to play that when we get back. Okay. I'm just queuing up some things I'm going to talk about in the next segment. If you're on hold, hang in there. If you want to call in, the number is toll-free and it's pinned in the live chat. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. Oh, let me play. Candace Owens is losing her freaking mind. Listen to this. This is Candace yesterday. Okay, now this came up yesterday because Eric Bolling was on the Patrick Bet David podcast. I mean, I don't have time to play this. This is day before yesterday. This is Eric Bolling. That's it. Okay, so, let me ask you guys, there's got to be, I didn't know that she was speaking with Turning Point last year. I thought they had dropped her. I did not know that either, but Eric Bolling used a word. He said they broke up. Were they a couple? I thought they were dating back when I first heard of them. They seemed like a couple to me. They were always together. And they seem like did they seem like a couple to you? They seemed like a couple to me back then. I don't know. But to use the term break up, I don't hear a term like breakup used unless people are couples. But there's no doubt that if she would never have left Turning Point or didn't get into all this weird stuff that she's in now, that she would be one of the heiresses of Turning Point. she wouldn't be running it, but she'd be one of the front people doing the events and speaking. And because of her anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial and this stuff with the French, they're not going to let her do that, right? They don't want her around, and I don't blame them because she's bad news with all of that. And there's got to be a little bitterness going on with her over all of this. She's really got to start to feel like, man, I'm owed this. And I'm wondering, if they were a couple, she's in the White Guys, she's married to one. If they were a couple, do you think she'll start letting that out? And imply she doesn't care. I mean, she does not seem to care. She is in a burning bridges mode, Candace Owens. And it's really sad. Okay, we're coming back. If you're on hold, hang in there. I got a lot of stories I'm trying to cover here. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. If you are new to the program, welcome. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. Remember, it is Friday, which means open phones. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday. You can call in about any and everything on your mind on Friday's show. The other days, you have to call in and talk about what we're talking about. Although I brought up a lot of good stuff, and I've only just begun. I got so much to cover today. I hope you'll comment on some of the things that I've brought up so far. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Conservative Doug.
Oh, hey, Doug.
You know that saying, do as I say, not as I do. That's a typical thing for the Democrats with this Jimmy Kimmel. They want everybody to accept what they like, but if it was the opposite way, they would never. They'd be going if he was killed and he was a Democrat. Oh man, it'll be totally opposite.
The thing about Jimmy Kimmel with ABC took Roseanne Barr off her own show because they didn't like that meme that she put up about Valerie Jarrett. And I don't remember all these First Amendment warriors on the left standing up for Roseanne Barr. Do you?
Exactly. Yeah. No, absolutely not. Like I said, it's a one-way street with them. Do what we want, or we'll go against you. That's the way it's always been. And now I hear that Disney wants to take over the NFL. I hope that doesn't go through because they already wrecked Disney. Now they're going to wreck
everything. That Disney touches turns to complete garbage. And Bob Iger, who's a liberal guy, he's run Disney for many, many years. He picked up so many of these intellectual properties, like Star Wars, the Marvel, everything. Yeah. And every property they've picked up, they've wrecked it. And I talked about this a lot, even their own parks. I have been a Walt Disney World annual pass holder for many, many years. I haven't been there in 3 years. I let my passes expire. I have no interest in going. I'm going to Universal Studios for Halloween Horror Nights with my daughter in a couple weeks. But I have no interest in ever going there again because the company is such a bad. Everything they touch turns to garbage.
Yeah, man. The last time I was at Disney. Last time I had the street fair that they go in, and there's all these gay people running around. I said, "Man, this is enough. I'm not coming here no more."
Well, they did something recently at Disney World, which if I ever thought of going back, this is not why I canceled my annual passes or didn't renew my annual passes. And annual passes they're not inexpensive, but if you're a Florida resident, you can get them pretty cheap. And you just go if you would go 3 times, it would pay for itself because you get free parking and stuff too, not just the ticket price. But they one of the things Walt Disney World is known for is they have Tom Sawyer's Island and they have this riverboat. It's called the Rivers of America, and you're sailing on an old paddle wheel boat like Samuel Clemens and all that stuff, like a Mark Twain thing. They just tore it all out. And the reason this is not their stated reason, but it's obvious. They're woke, and they don't like American history being remembered. So they just tore all this out because because Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, they think is racist because there's the N-word used in the book that was written in the 1800s. You know, so everything that ABC Disney touches turns to complete crap. Everything.
Man, that's for sure. You know, I mean, I haven't seen the new movies that they come out with, but everybody says they're terrible. So
everything. All right, Doug. I appreciate the call. Okay, now if you're on hold, hang in there. There's a couple things I want to get into because there's a lot of stuff. I mean, I got to tell you, the amount of news that is breaking is insane. I mean, it's just nonstop breaking news. The last, well, how long has this second term been going on? 7 months, 8 months? It's just been nonstop. It's hard to keep up with it. It's like we're juggling all the time, everything we're doing. But in the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, they keep telling us, well, both sides have to turn this down. The violence is from both sides. Where's the violence from MAGA? Where's the violence coming from the right? I got two things I want to share. One, listen to this. This is some audio. This is a Democrat, Soros-backed district attorney of Philadelphia. Okay, listen to this. The district attorney of Philadelphia, Democrat, Soros-backed. Okay, now, and by the way, just so I tell you, this is a local NBC affiliate 10 in the Philadelphia area. I'd like to know more about that. His family tree's gone because of Nazis. What I'd like to know who in his family is dead because of Nazis. And it's okay to call them fascist and Nazis, those he disagrees with on the right. Now keep in mind, this is after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. You know, and what we've been talking about this week, they're not turning down the volume on the left. They're not turning it down. And they're turning it up. And they're justifying it. Now look at this story. I was talking about this in the first hour. Israeli-hating man age 22 arrested plotting to assassinate the Republican governor of New Hampshire. So we got another assassin here. Another Democrat leftist assassin. This one in New Hampshire. Where's the MAGA assassins? I'm not seeing that. Do these liberals in the media that keep saying this stuff, do they actually think there's these violent MAGA people going around doing things? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Another Democrat leftist assassin. This one in New Hampshire.
You're on the air. That's what I thought. Hold on. I'm getting a text. I'm texting somebody back. I know I shouldn't do that on the air. So listen to this. This is in the Daily Mail. A ponytailed New Hampshire man, right there, you know he's a Democrat, right? Ponytail. Has been arrested after allegedly plotting to assassinate the state's Republican governor with a weapon of mass destruction. He's accused of threatening to kill the governor with a homemade pipe bomb. And obviously, not just because of the ponytail, but he was also planning on killing the Republican governor. He's a Democrat. According to investigators, he made the chilling threats to his roommate on Snapchat, bragging about his plans and showing off the materials he intended to use. I didn't know anybody still used Snapchat. Is that still a thing? An arrest warrant shows he also ranted about the Israeli deep state in a string of anti-Semitic messages before turning his anger towards the Republican governor who's Catholic. His social media is littered with disturbing posts, including a threat to kill the New Hampshire committee members that think they speak for the rest of the residents of New Hampshire. 2 Democrat assassins in 2 weeks. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. It's going to be one of those days, guys. Once, twice. All right. 2 in a row of that. It's going to be one of those days. All right. Oh, I looked at the clock. It is time to break. You know, people have been calling me on the air quite regularly about my weight loss. And boy, oh boy, have I lost a lot of weight. I've lost over 35 pounds. My stomach is flat. My face is so thin, and I've lost many inches off my waist. I wish I would have measured my waist. I didn't realize I needed to lose weight until I started losing weight. And not only do I look great, I weigh what I did 29 years ago. My stomach, I had pretty much, in my mind, I pretty much accepted that, I'm 54 now. I got a belly. That's just life, right? No, I have a flat stomach now. It's unbelievable. It's so exciting. My results, by the way, are typical. You can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. Give them a call and schedule your free consultation. And no matter where you're located, they can help. We have listeners from all over the United States who have called. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlosssecret.com. We'll be right back. Okay, those of you, I just got a text from someone. Those of you watching on the YouTube live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my main YouTube stream, you can hear and see all the audio that I play and the videos I play. It's right here on my YouTube channel. There's a direct link in the description of the video. It'll take you to my main YouTube live stream with my main chat. You can see and hear all the audio and videos and see the articles I'm going over and everything. If you got the green screen behind me, okay? The green screen, you get to see and hear me, you hear the callers, but to get all those effects, go to the other stream. If you're on hold, stand by. Oh, man. I mean, look at this guy. This is another Democrat assassin. In another post, he wrote, he was convinced his generator is full of, the W word. I guess that means the W word for prostitutes. So obviously he's crazy, but he's a Democrat. His roommate told police he owned firearms. He showed her fireworks, metal tools, nuts and bolts and bags, which he was going to make a pipe bomb with. Have you seen this in the mainstream media? Now, Fox has reported this. Have you seen this on MSNBC? Have you seen this on CNN? Are you seeing a pattern here? Democrat after Democrat planning to hurt people because they don't agree with them. Are these First Amendment violations too, or is it just Jimmy Kimmel who has First Amendment rights? All right, if you're on hold, stand by. We're going to be back in just over a minute. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. But those of you watching on the stream with the green screen, go over to the other stream. You get all the green screen effect. You get to see and hear the audio and video. Oh, boy. And if you want to call in, the number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. My face healed up pretty well from the cats. Remember yesterday I got... Which side was it? I can't even remember now. This one here. Was it this one here? I got scratched by the cat, and I was bleeding during the show. I didn't realize how bad it was until after. My wife said, Brian, you got to look at what you look like on the show. And I looked over here, and there was like blood on yesterday's show just dripping down my face the whole time. But I did clean the wound out. Well, my wife cleaned the wound for me. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. We'll go to the phones when we get back. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. And I'll be around all weekend with live streams and shows. I'll be covering all the Charlie Kirk funeral events and podcasting and everything here on the channel. So make sure you're subscribed and you click that notification bell. We got about 15 seconds. We'll be back. All right, we're back. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you're listening on this open phone, open MAGA Mike Friday. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Buenos dias from Texas, Brian.
Yes.
I love how my name is Ricardo Sanchez. I love how you say, holy smokes. I love it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make deal with you? Can we
make deal? If you were using your real voice and accent, I might be more interested. But go ahead.
Oh, please. I'm sorry, my English is not so good.
Yeah.
But
there's your sense of humor.
We make a deal. I make a deal with you, please.
Yeah.
I love it. Maybe you can call me. I'd be at the store after 10 o'clock this morning. I'm in Texas.
No, I'm not going to call you after 10 o'clock in Texas. You're on the, no deal. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Boy, what a day we've had on the phones. Open Phone Friday is a hit and miss. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian.
Yeah.
I don't want you to take this in the wrong way. It's Open Friday.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's going to get good now.
No.
Turn down the volume. Turn down the volume in the background, so there's a delay, so I can hear you better.
Yes, sir. Yes, Brian.
All right.
Unfortunately, I've moved down to Florida 5 years ago. I've watched. You know who I am. I usually call. I turn because I just turned down the volume on the TV. But when you call in, okay. How come I don't hear you?
Well, it depends on what studio I'm in, but you can hear me now.
Now I can hear you, and I understand there's.
Well, when you were on hold, you couldn't hear me. It's just a technical thing. It's no big deal.
Okay. Listen, since last week, I've been really wanting to call in. But I want to try because keep it to a bullet point. I'm a patriot. I was a Democrat. My wife and I are now Republicans. We both watch your show every day. We met you, when you after Trump was elected.
Mm-hmm.
We met you at
Wings Plus Inauguration Day.
Yeah, at Wings Plus or whatever it was.
Yep.
And it was a pleasure meeting you. We
get to that. You said, don't take this the wrong way. That sounds like that sounds like the most interesting part of the call. So get to the critique and negative comments about me.
No, I do not. It's not negative. I appreciate you and everything that you put out there. I'm a patriot.
But there's a but coming. That's okay.
There is no but. Well, okay.
You said, don't take this the wrong way, you said, was how you began the call.
Okay. Because I've called a lot of times, like a lot of your followers, and you abruptly hang up on them. And I understand you have commercial breaks and everything else. And what I want to, because since what happened with Kirk, it has been the most upsetting thing, but I don't want to, everything right now is about that. And thank God it's gonna cause the change that needs to be brought about, because everything that the left has done nothing but try to take, but you did, because now I lived in New York all my life. I was in enforcement. I worked, but because the licensing division in New York, the New York Department of Consumer Affairs, I was an independent license processor for the judicial courts. I was unable. I never been arrested. I could walk into any gun shop and buy a rifle. I could have got a handgun, but to get a permit can take anywhere from a year to 2 years because of the weight.
Yeah.
But now, when in 2020 I was forced, what happened with George Floyd, that the riots that ensued after that, where it started all over, thank God, Kamala and Waltz, what happened in
So you got to kind of cut to the chase a little bit. Is this about the open carry you're talking about? Are you moving towards the open carry in Florida?
Yes. Okay. I moved down to Florida, and within 3 months, I was able to get licensing. My concealed carry, my D for unarmed security enforcement, and G, which I just did my recertification this week. And I wanted to call you. This is Lenny from Coconut Creek. Okay. You made a statement that, are you licensed in concealed carry?
No, I don't have a concealed weapons permit. You don't need them in Florida anymore.
Okay.
You can carry concealed without a permit in Florida.
Yes, but see, I've stopped even with that's where the statement that you made was that it's so hot in Florida and the clothes that you're wearing is tight.
Yes.
The fact is that last year, when they decided to no longer, you didn't need a permit. Because you can't carry. And now I still may not do it, but I may start carrying again. Yeah. I like you. Now you have right now on the Trump 28. I have Trump Make America Great Again.
Yes.
And right now, especially before people would come, the ignorant people would come up. Plus, I'm a Polish Jew, born again Christian. I gave my life to Christ 21 years ago, and I've been serving.
That's awesome.
But all of the idiots.
Let me just try to help you along, Lenny, because I'm coming up on another break. I've kept you on a while. So let me try to help you along. You're talking about open carry, and it has something. Does it have something to do with our MAGA hats?
No.
Okay. Well, try to get to the point.
Okay. You said now that the law is passed about open carry, that you're going to start doing it.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
And you're still going to go around. Actually, I did. I was at the range yesterday to do my recertification, and I spoke about the same thing. And the feedback that I'm getting, they're saying, I'm concealed carry. I'll conceal carry because we're licensed. If you, because they're going to pass a law, I would love to do that. We're not in Texas, in the old West.
Lenny, listen. I know I met you. We've talked a lot. I have been so overly patient. If Steve's listening right now, he's going to chew me out after the show. Okay, because you've not. Okay. I've got a full board of calls. I've let you go on and on and on. You haven't gotten to the point, and keeping you on like this is. I'm telling you, if Steve's listening right now, I'm gonna be in trouble. I'm gonna get talked to. I'm not kidding. He's gonna say, "What do you?" So let me try. I'm trying to help you along because we've talked before, and you're a nice guy, and you and your wife, you came out. So I'm not treating you like these jerks that call me with their perversion. But you're talking about carrying a concealed. Are you asking me if I'm going to open carry my weapon while I'm wearing my Trump hats and stuff? And if that's the question, hell yes, I am. That's when I need it the most. Oh.
Well, okay, Brian. That's okay.
Well, what's the point you're trying to make? We've been talking for like a long time, so we can in like a couple seconds. What point are you trying to make? Since I'm already in trouble, I might as well, I might as well continue to do the offense.
But see, Brian, I don't want to hang up the call.
I'm going to have to hang up. It's time for a break. But what? Tell me the point you were trying to make.
Brian, have a blessed weekend. I will continue to listen to your show.
All right. Appreciate the call. I mean, he's a nice guy. I don't want to meet, You think I'm kidding about? No, I'm going to get talked to after the show. Okay, believe me. Mr. First Amendment yesterday is going to tell me. It happens all the time. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be right back. All right. Yeah, no, I'm going to open carry. I haven't seen it's not a court here in Florida ruled it unconstitutional, the law against open carry. So it's going into effect officially. They say it's effective now. It's in effect now, but next week it'll be officially, and there's a grace period between a ruling. The Florida Attorney General, who came up with the idea for Alligator Alcatraz, is not going to contest it. Sheriffs have announced you can now open carry. I've not seen anyone do it yet. So I'm not going to do it until the official date and until I see other people doing it. But it's open carry in Florida. You can even carry rifles on your shoulder. I'll carry sidearm, probably Glock, and my 38 or my 2 favorite, so I'll probably carry those. But I haven't seen anyone do it yet. And I have wanted concealed carry my entire life. I've been waiting for open carry. Concealed carry is no good. It's uncomfortable. It's very difficult. And I tell people, I know people think it's ridiculous, but you see, I wear T-shirts. I got T-shirt and jeans on now. If I have a concealed weapon, you can see the bulge with the T-shirt if it's here. And you can't. And if you can see the bulge, you're not concealed. So, you can't, just can't do it. It's too, and I've got good concealed holsters. And sometimes when I go to the radio station, I do bring a weapon concealed. You don't need a permit to do that in Florida anymore. And I'm not going to tell you how I conceal it, but there's ways, but it's always uncomfortable. And with open carry, it'll be fine. I don't have an open carry holster. I have a bunch of holsters, but they're all concealed holsters. So I've never even thought about getting an open carry holster. So I've been watching a lot of videos on YouTube about holsters. I don't know. I want one that's comfortable. And I'm not sure if I should get a belt. Most people get the ones you use like at a sharpshooter range. Those are kind of hard and brutal. I don't know if I should get one that's soft like a police holster. I don't know. And I might just get one that clips onto my regular belt. I'm not sure what to get yet. Okay, we'll be back in, and I'll go back to the phones. We'll be back in 1 minute exactly. But I'm certainly not going to do it till I see other people doing it, because people are going to, a lot of people don't know what's going on in the news. So probably most people don't follow the news, right? So they don't know that open carry is okay. So when people first start doing it, it's going to be shocking to people. And I don't want to be the first. Plus, there is a window with the court ruling until it's like, a grace period, which is the 20-something of the month. I can't remember exactly which day. Brave enough to answer. What's the question people are afraid of? Stony. You can call me on the air with it if it's radio friendly. All right, stand by. 15 seconds. Welcome back, one and all. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. It is Open MAGA Mike Friday. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Kyle. I'm calling from Texas.
Carl in Texas. What's on your mind?
Hey, yeah, I agree with the open carry. Weren't there studies done that with gun states that they're more liberal with the laws with the guns, that it's more safer?
Well, I mean, I think that goes without saying. A lot of people have been talking about the Gabby Giffords shooting, where there were 19 people hit or something, large number or something. The shooter was stopped by an armed man who was in a store in that plaza because he was armed. He didn't get in a shootout, but the gun gave him the courage to stop the guy. And there was a book many years ago called More Guns, Less Crime. I don't know about those studies. I don't know who did them, but I know this: if I'm in a store and a guy comes in to rob it, and 5 of us are in there strapped, he's probably not going to rob it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Appreciate the call from Texas. Good Southern gentleman, a man of a few words. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on.
I'm from Kansas City.
All right, Kansas City. What's on your mind?
I just see you saying you are excited for open carry.
It's the law in Florida now.
Conceal and carry. Yeah, but conceal and carry is just superior in every way.
How is it superior
Why would
in
you want
every
to
way?
open carry? Why would you want to? Because I'll say one thing. Ever since I started conceal and carrying, it has entirely changed my view on conflict. And that is to avoid it at all costs.
Yeah, as any responsible gun owner. What kind of gun do you pack? What kind of gun do you pack?
I got a SIG Macro right now.
A SIG Macro. How many rounds does it hold?
17, 18 if I stack up.
17? That's a lot, man. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You going up against the Bolivian federales with Butch and Sundance? Listen, this is what this sounds so... people think when I say this, it's petty and a joke. What state are you in? Kansas City, Missouri? Kansas City, Kansas? What state are you in?
Yeah. What? Missouri. We don't even need permits.
So what's the temperature there? What's the temperature there right now outside?
Today it's a little cooler.
What
70s.
70. You know...
Well, it's just 90 to 100.
Yeah, okay. In Florida, when it gets into the 90s or around 100, it's even hotter because we have high humidity. So we dress...
Yeah, we get really bad humidity too, though.
Okay, in Florida, we dress like we live in Hawaii. Like right now, I'm wearing a t-shirt and jeans. If I had my concealed weapon on right now, I have concealed holsters. They fit in my pants and stuff. You would see the bulge over my t-shirt. If you can see the bulge or the outline of the gun, depending on the discretion of the cop, you're no longer concealed. Concealing is hard to do because of the Florida lifestyle. You know, a couple weeks ago, I went to the beach to have lunch with my daughter. The particular beach, Fort Lauderdale Beach, has a big crime problem, right? I had a Fort Lauderdale cop tell me that he was scared down there. Fort Lauderdale cop told me he was a cop afraid to go to Fort Lauderdale Beach at night. You know, and because I'm at the beach, I'm in shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, I can't conceal. So now, but I can open carry there with no problem, and I will. You know, it's just concealed doesn't. When I see guys concealed, I can tell them a mile away because of the clothes they're wearing. They're not wearing Florida clothes; they're wearing Northern Light clothes.
I can wear my swim trunks when I'm at the lake. I wear real tight clothes. Most people that see printing, like nobody notices.
Oh no, you can tell all the time. You know, like cares. I have a Vespa, right? I have a Vespa that I ride on the weekends. So when I'm on my excuse me, I have a Vespa, right, that I ride on the weekends sometimes. You know, how can I conceal on my Vespa? I'm going down the road at 60, 65 miles an hour. The wind blows my shirt up. Oh man, I'm not concealed, right? And that's when I'm most vulnerable, when I'm on my Vespa. Now with open carry, I'll ride around. It's my MAGA scooter, I call it. I'll be out on the MAGA scooter and I'll have my sidearm. I'll be fine. You know?
Yeah, I just feel like that. Okay, I mean, you got me there. That's a really niche situation.
No, there's any guy that rides a motorcycle is, you talk to motorcycle riders. It's they wear these bizarre holster straps around their waist under their shirts, and then the wind blows their shirt up. It's a problem for guys that ride motorcycles. It's not a niche thing. It's a very common thing. No,
I just feel open carry, you're like inviting the conflict, right? It's almost like, I don't know. I just never been.
Really, I don't know. I would think it would repel conflict more than invite it. Who wants to go up against a gun? You know, criminals are cowards. They want to go up against unarmed people. Hey, listen, appreciate the call. No, more guns, less crime. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Jay from Jersey.
Hey, Jay, what's up?
Well, I'm listening to you this morning talk about how fair and how things are one-sided with just the Democrats, but the Republicans are doing such a good job of being nice. And you just see what Democrats are doing. Now, I called you the other day because I told you that a boy got hung from a tree.
He took his own life. I looked it up while we were talking.
That's what they say. It's not true.
The coroner said it. The medical examiner said he took his own life. Jay, come on.
That's a white medical examiner that says anything.
Oh, okay. Only black coroners can do autopsies on black people?
Okay, well, let's go with what I'm calling about, like you always try to avoid. There was another black boy hanging from a tree in Georgia. So that's 2 black boys hanging from trees.
Where in Georgia? Where and when?
I don't know the town.
Oh, okay. So I can't. You're not giving me enough information to look it up.
21-year-old boy hung from a tree in Georgia. His family.
Let me see if I can find it.
Aren't allowed to see him.
22. Let me look, see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. I put 22-year-old black man.
21-year-old.
Okay, 21-year-old black man hung. Am I going to get pornography with that, or am I going to get the story you're talking about?
Act like you got a little bit of sense.
It's true. You never know. That's not the kind of thing. 22-year-old black man hung. That's not the kind of thing I would normally Google.
That's the second black person hung in the last week.
Here we go. What is BB? I don't think I should say. Oh yeah, I should not say that last letter. Nothing's coming up for me on that.
And another thing. Okay, listen to this. You say people should be able to say what they because freedom of speech is gone after what they did to Jimmy Kimmel. But
Jimmy Kimmel? Who's Jimmy Kimmel? Jimmy Kimmel?
Oh, you know who I'm talking about.
Jimmy Kimmel.
You know who I'm talking about.
Do you know who you're talking about? Do you know who you're talking about?
Yeah, you do too.
You said Jimmy Kimmel.
Trump got him fired. Trump got him fired.
No, we didn't.
You know who I'm talking about.
I went through the whole... Nope.
Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay.
Jimmy Kimmel.
You say that it was not okay for what he is saying about Trump. Why is it that you can only say what you want somebody to say, but you say whatever you want to say about Kamala Harris when she was running? You talked about her like a dog.
Mm-hmm.
But that was okay.
Yeah.
And this guy that passed away, nobody's allowed to speak about him.
Passed away? Like Charlie Kirk passed away? He was assassinated by a Democrat. You call that passed away?
But doesn't mean that we have to like him. He wasn't a nice person. Why do we have to like him?
I met him. He was very nice. He invited me to the Turning Point, got me a media pass. He was very nice. Tall.
He was nice to white people because you white people stick together. Oh. You're white racist. You all stick together. That's why he liked you. He don't like me because I'm black.
Maybe he didn't know who you are.
No, it's my color automatically.
Listen, I got news for you, Jay. You're a miserable SOB. A lot of people don't like you.
I am.
Now you can tell people people don't like you because you're black. They don't like you because you're not a nice guy.
I don't. Just like I don't like you because you're a white racist.
No. You don't like me because you hate white people. You're the racist.
No, because you're a white racist.
Mm-hmm. You're the racist.
And you don't even know it.
Okay. All right.
You act like you don't.
Take care. Oh my goodness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is Barbara calling you from Baltimore.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey, I just had the displeasure of listening to some idiot from New Jersey.
Yes, I did too.
Talking about people hanging again.
Yeah.
I just like for people to understand something. I'd like to say this to, I think his name is Jay. He needs to go and take his meds and stop seeing everything through a prism of racism. And yes, two black people were hung or were found hanging, and ruled suicide. Yes, black people do commit suicide, you jerk. And especially, I think once they start going into these medications, especially the transgender medications, we're going to find that depression and a lot of other things are going on with a lot of people.
Well, you know, Barbara, Jay from Jersey has been calling me for years, and if you've noticed, there's been a big change in his voice. It's much more feminine than it used to be. I wonder if he's taken any of those trans drugs.
Well, I tell you what. I'll tell you this. It is an absolute fact that you're mental. You're mentally ill from taking steroids and trying to change your agenda. This is now, they need to outlaw that, but that's not the only reason I called. I wanted to talk about Barack Obama on his speaking tour.
Oh, yes.
Trying to eliminate his racist past. On the campaign trail in 2008, and I've been a Republican since 2004, so
Awesome.
I have watched Obama. I've watched him from the very beginning. I started losing family members because of him, but he's such a communist, Marxist, authoritarian who hates this country to the extent that I felt that was more important than people who didn't understand just what this man's about.
But other than that, he's a great guy.
Barack Obama is the reason that we're here today.
Yep.
Antifa, when Barack Obama, with Trayvon Martin, his comments about Trayvon Martin, it gave him the opportunity to heal this country. Barack Obama hated America, hates, still, present tense, has always hated this country.
In fact, yeah, and what Obama did when Trayvon Martin's death happened, okay, Barack Obama had a White House press conference and said, if I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon Martin. And Bobby Kennedy Jr., when his dad was running for president before he was killed, of course, when Martin Luther King was killed, a lot of black people thought this was going to be the Black Revolution. Bobby Kennedy Sr. came out and urged people not to do this, and said, I lost somebody in my family to an assassin. Don't do it. And that was a responsible Democrat. You go back and find that speech one day and watch it. I mean, that's how a responsible Democrat acts. Bobby Kennedy, not Obama.
There are very few responsible Democrats, but this thing with Obama now, he's on a speaking tour.
Yeah, he's a monster.
And I'm telling you, he needs to be called out at every step of the way. This man is making a lot of money, spewing this garbage about the Trump administration, as if he did not have the entire Trump administration put under surveillance.
That's right, Barbara. I'm late for the break. I got to run, Barbara. But I agree with everything you said and then some. Yeah. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be right back. Hey, it's Brian. Hey, is there anything in particular we should hit on other than the change? Okay, are we going to do that for sure? Okay. Okay, good. No, that sounds good. Okay, all right, good. I'll put you on hold. Let's see. It'll be a couple minutes. Okay, hold on. Oh boy. If you're on hold, stand by. Oh man. Jay from Jersey. Yeah. And Jay from Jersey. Jay from Jersey, he used to be a much better caller, He has devolved in the time that he's been calling me. Not that he was ever altogether mentally, but he's definitely devolved a little bit. I don't know why. I don't know what. But something's happened to that guy. Got about 90 seconds. We'll be back. Oh boy, I've not gotten any sleep lately. I've just been so busy. I've just been going around the clock. And of course, on the weekends, you guys are going to catch me here on YouTube all weekend long, too. And I got such a busy day today. We got 1 minute. 1 minute. If you're on hold, stand by. All right, Ian, we've 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'm gonna. Oh man. Make the turn. All right, here we go. Stand by. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show. You know, our 10th annual MAGA cruise is coming up in March, and joining us is Ian from Cruise and Travel Depot. Now, a lot of you going on the cruise, you guys that are already booked know, but we had a big change on our cruise that I'm excited about. Hey, Ian, good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Okay, now we haven't announced this on the air yet, but tell people they made an itinerary destination change. Although we're still on the same cruise ship, we're going to different places. Let's talk about that a little bit. Can you tell people where we're going?
Yeah, Celebrity Cruises sent the notification to all of us that they're changing our itinerary a little bit.
Yeah.
And now we're going to be going to San Juan, Puerto Rico. We're still stopping in the British Virgin Islands at Tortola, and they've changed us to Puerto Plata in the Dominican Republic now.
Yeah, now I'm super excited about this because Puerto Rico, San Juan, Puerto Rico, I believe, is the best destination in the Caribbean. And the reason it is, it's an American island, but San Juan is literally, to me, every time I set foot off the ship, it's like stepping back in time to the 1500s. It's like Pirates of the Caribbean, right? With the cobblestone streets and everything, and the fort. It's just my favorite place in the Caribbean. And I'm so, you have no idea how excited I am. And we went there a few cruises back, and we found the best bar that has the best pina coladas on the planet Earth. And we're going to go as a group there. What's that place called that we love so much?
It's called Barachina, and that's where the pina colada was born. And we stumbled upon it, our first cruise out there, and we just had the best time. And now it's like a pilgrimage site for us.
Oh my goodness! And let me tell you, I wasn't feeling any pain when we left.
They're so good.
Oh, you
that
can't.
Place is awesome.
It is. And those of you who went with us to Barachinas, is that what it's called?
Barachina, yeah.
Yeah, it is. You guys remember that was an adventurous day in San Juan overall for some things we won't talk about, PJ. But when we found Barachinas, all was forgotten, and we had such a great time. And we're because this change just happened, we haven't finalized quite everything, but we have what I believe are going to be some of the most extraordinary shore excursions we've ever had, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm working with the company, and we're going to come up with more private experiences. We always got to top it. So rest assured, we're going to have some amazing experiences.
Yeah. And I remember you called me and you said, "Oh, Brian, they're changing the destination." I said, "Where?" You said, "Well, San Juan." I said, "Well, that's awesome, man. That's great." Now, listen, this is our 10th annual MAGA cruise. We leave in March on the Celebrity Beyond. And I'm going to give you Ian's number. And do we have any more of the extra low price group space left?
Yeah, I still have some of the group rooms left. Got to release them next month, so let's use them.
Okay, so what that means is, because we got a bunch of group space, we sold out of it, we picked up a bunch more. If you get this group space, and I'm going to give you Ian's number, if you get Ian's voicemail when you call, leave your name and number, he will call you back. you're going to be going on this cruise for a price lower in our group, lower than anyone else on the ship. And this is not an exaggeration. I've been calling this, Ian, 2019 pricing. And what's included with the cruise fare?
The classic drinks package, so coffee, tea, sodas, and alcohol. You can have your pina colada, and the Starlink internet.
Yeah, and we have activities planned on board ship that we've never done before as a group, and some things going on. You won't want to miss it. So give Ian at Cruise and Travel Depot a call. And like I said, Ian deals directly. You know, Ian at Cruise and Travel Depot, it's a concierge travel agency, Cruise and Travel Depot, and it's Ian. Okay, it's his company, and he's a concierge travel. I don't. Is it travel agent, or is that not fancy enough, Ian? What do I call you?
That's not fancy enough. Travel consultant.
Okay.
Executive travel consultant.
Okay, but no, Ian deals with every single person personally, from the time you call until you get off the ship when we get back home in Florida after the cruise. So he might be with somebody when you call. So if you get his voicemail, make sure you leave your name and phone number and join us. This is our biggest group we've had. It's going to be a great group, and we're doing some exciting things we've never done before. And we're going. And let me tell you, the event that we do in San Juan, Puerto Rico, you will remember for the rest of your life, right? Don't you think? Because we got some plans, and it's going to be it's one of those moments you'll never forget. We're going to have a great time. Here's Ian's number: 561-244-5779. 561-244-5779. That's 561-244-5779. All right, Ian, I'll talk to you soon.
Have a great weekend.
All right, take care. Yeah, call him, guys. Join us. It's my yearly vacation. It literally is, okay? It's the only time of year I get off, and you're all invited to go on vacation with me. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air.
I'm sorry. I called sorry, I just called in last week. I'm watching your show live.
Well, welcome.
I'm Chris from Nevada. I want to apologize for I don't necessarily want to apologize, but I think you're right about Candace Owens, because she's going crazy and she has no evidence. There's no evidence. The left is crazy.
What are you talking about? Her saying that the Israelis killed Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
You know, Michael Savage yesterday went off.
This is bullshit.
Okay, all right. First dump of the day, Mike. Oh, my goodness. If you're on hold, stand by. We got to wait for the delay to re-engage. Oh, my goodness. I guess that's probably what he did last week. Michael Savage went off on Candace Owens. Did you get that, Mike? Okay, we got to wait for the delay to re-engage. And he said, if Mossad is assassinating conservative leaders and they're so entrenched and powerful and can commit these assassinations without anybody knowing, why haven't they gotten to her for outing them for what they did? I thought that was a good point Michael Savage made there. If you're on hold, hang in there. Oh, boy, I'm getting text messages like crazy. Okay, I'll text back during the break. Candace Owens right now is going through a major meltdown. And I believe a lot of it has to do with she knows that if she had not gone the route she's gone for the views and the clicks and everything, that she would be like one of the #1 people on stage Sunday at this memorial for Charlie Kirk in Arizona that the president's going to be at. Now, she might make her way into the venue, okay? She's got a lot of friends and contacts, and she might be there, but she's not on the list of speakers. She would have been. She would have been one of the top speakers if she had not gone the route she's gone in. And she, in many ways, would have become kind of the leader of Turning Point in so many ways, no matter who they made the CEO, because Charlie Kirk's wife is now the official head of Turning Point. But Candace would have kind of taken it over. There's no doubt about it. And she knows that. And I think there's a lot of jealousy. And I don't know if she's capable of regret, because I don't know how sane she is. But I do know this, that the Sloman Shield link is pretty awesome. Listen to this. The Sloman Shield Link. This is a new product system that they have. The Shield Link integrates your security system at home with all your everyday automation that you can imagine. You can connect your alarm to your cameras, your shades on your windows, your thermostat, your television, your garage door, your computers, everything. With just one click, you can set up everything and control multiple devices at the same time. As an example, this. You can disarm your alarm and at the same time, adjust your thermostat. Turn the lights on or off. Get the TV or your audio system on or off, wherever you want it to be. It's really amazing. Give them a call. And a cool thing about this, the Sloman Shield Link works on all the devices you already have in your home. Here's the number, 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. All right, we are less than 30 seconds away till the top of the hour. Every line on the board is lit. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll take our break for the top of the hour, come back with your calls. And remember, today is Open Phones, Open MAGA Mike Friday. You're welcome to call in about any and everything on your mind on Friday's show. The number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. We'll be back after this. All right, let me take a call or two during the break. You guys mind? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, this is Sean from Massachusetts.
Hey, Sean, what's up?
Yeah, I was late last night, I was watching the Next News Network, Gary Franchi's channel, and he was talking about Candace Owens, and he came up with some good point about how, this woman needs to just give it a rest completely.
What, Candace?
Everything, Candace, everything that she's been doing, the family can't, the body hasn't even been in the ground. And the stuff that she's pulling, this whole Israel thing, and they had clips of his reverend, his priest, and talking about how this is just not true. Everything that they were saying, that she's coming up with about Israel, and it's just all debunked so much. And I think you're right. She is definitely having some kind of meltdown.
Well, there's three possibilities. She's lying, she's insane, or she's, Netanyahu's been talking about people getting paid by Qatar that are blaming Israel. So, there may be other possibilities, but those three come to the top of my mind. And sometimes I think she's just nuts.
Yeah. I think that, at first she was doing really good. I think I all kind of felt at first, okay, she did her channel with the red pill thing, and then she did the Brexit thing with Charlie.
Well, she got lucky. There was she used to be a never Trumper. She was on Periscope before she was famous. She was on Periscope, and I was on Periscope, and I remember, and she was a never Trumper. She was making jokes about the size of his hands, and that was a good time to become Black MAGA. If you were black supporting Trump, you shot, and she's really good looking. She was better looking then than now because of all this stuff that she says. But she's good looking. Yeah. She's very charismatic, and she was Black MAGA. She was one of the, and she shot to superstardom. And for all kinds of reasons, which I think we see on her show, she's kind of been cut out. She may make her way into that stadium because she knows a lot of people and everything else. But she'd be almost running Turning Point USA if she hadn't gone to these weird places. Yeah, and she knows that.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think it, like you said, the Black MAGA thing, I think that was what I thought that was the high point for her, because it was helping the black community to get closer to
in fact, before the pandemic, she was doing that Blacksit tour. I had set up a thing to take my daughter to meet her. And then it got canceled because of the, of the lockdowns, and it never happened.
Right.
But, yeah.
Well, yeah. I just think that, I'm just happy that she didn't take over Turning Point, because, just seeing how she can be, who knows?
Me too.
Where that could have gone. Think about that direction. All
right, listen, I gotta run. We're coming back, but good points. Thanks for calling. All right, take care. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be back in about 10 seconds. Hour number 3 has begun. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. All right, back to our phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, it's Renee from Harlem.
Oh, hey, Renee.
You really need to stop yourself, man. You were talking to Jay earlier, and you tried to team up on him, and you really need to watch your mouth.
Team up? He called me, and I'm talking to him. Where's the teaming up?
You like talking about guns. You need a gun. You need a gun because you're proof that you're a weaker.
See what I mean? See why I need to carry? I mean, what are you threatening me? What do you mean I need a gun? What does that mean?
Because you love guns. You need them. If you didn't have guns, you'd be whipping your butt every day.
Wow.
With our bare hands, and you know it. Because you know you're weak. You're weak. We take your women. We take whatever we want from you, and you can't do a thing without it.
Really?
About it.
What was the last thing you took from a white guy? You say you take things from white people? Is that what are you, a thief? What do you do? What do you mean you take? What do you mean you take things from white people?
I took their women.
When's the last time you took a white man's woman? Tell me about that. This sounds interesting. When you say take, what do you mean? Tell me the story. What, were you out somewhere and saw this?
That guy wanted it, and he took her.
Hold on. Where were you? You were out somewhere in public. You saw a white man with his woman. And you took her.
No, Danny, let me tell you. There was a girl I knew, and she liked me. And there was this white guy. He liked her too. But she made her decision. She wanted to go with darker, tall, dark, and handsome.
How long did you date her?
I forgot. It was about 6 months.
6 months. Why'd she break up with you?
Oh, she didn't break up with me.
Of course not. Exactly. I know.
I broke up with her. Man, I had a lot of girls at that time.
You know, Eldridge Cleaver. Eldridge Cleaver was a friend of mine. I knew Eldridge Cleaver. So did Steve Kane. We both knew Eldridge.
And you know what?
We both knew Eldridge. Eldridge Cleaver, who wrote a very good book called Soul on Ice, which you guys should get. I wish I would have got him to autograph it, but I didn't. But he said when he was in prison, all they thought about in prison were white women, and that sounds like you. That it seems like you fantasize about white women a lot. Why would you want to be with a white woman and not another black person?
I took black women. I was with black women more.
You took black women? What do you mean you took?
White women, I took them.
I've never said I took a woman before. Why do you use such really violent language? What do you mean you took a black woman? What does that mean, you took? You said you took a black woman.
And I want you to feel the fear that when we want your women, we will take them. And you can't do a thing about it.
If there's a woman in this audience who wants Renee from Harlem, give me a call. I got to hear what attracts you to this man.
I don't know them. What makes you think I want them?
What about you attracts all these women?
What makes you think I want them?
No, you say women want you. No matter what skin color, women just want you no matter what. If they're in a relationship, what about you do women want so much? What makes you so desirable?
Tall, dark, and handsome.
And broke.
It means something.
So you're so good looking, when you go out in public, women want to leave their boyfriends and husbands just for you.
Tall, dark, and handsome is
this is interesting. So this is interesting. So is this just white and black women, or do Asian and Latinas also flock to you?
I've dated Asian women.
Asian women? What about Native American Indians? Do like Native American Indian women go for you too? Is this power across all ethnicities?
I've dated women from Japan. I've dated women from Africa. I've dated women from where was she from?
When's the last time you've got STD tested? I mean, it sounds like you're getting around.
Well, no, that was a while ago.
You ever get the herpes or anything?
Never.
VD?
That's how you kill those Native Americans. You gave them your disease.
Herpes? I didn't give anybody herpes.
Didn't you give them that? How you kill the Native Americans? Didn't you?
I'm glad you bring this up now, because right now you're fantasizing about all these women and everything. You're probably not hearing anything that's being said because you're in some euphoric, fantasizing, sexual thing going on in your mind. But do you know what the Native American Indians gave the world? You know what they gave what is the biggest contribution that the Indians of North America gave to the rest of the world that they didn't have?
Man, they didn't have to give you anything.
No, but they did. There was something the Indians had that no one else had. You know what it was?
Land.
Huh?
Their land.
No, they were not. They were nomadic people. No, tobacco. Tobacco. So all of the smoking related diseases of the world, all the cancers, that's all from the Indians.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. All right, take care. No, first of all. Oh my goodness. Any of you ladies out there attracted to Renee from Harlem? I'm very curious. I got to hear, what would attract a woman to him? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Oh boy. You're on the air.
It's Christopher from Nevada.
Yes.
I just want to shout out your show. Like, you do a great job of bringing people on your show, and I support Donald Trump. I don't support Candace Owens or anything like that.
Aren't you the guy that just called me 5 minutes ago that used the profanity? You said you were going to apologize, then you said you're not going to. First of all, it's one call per day. I put you back on,
right.
But you got to stop using profanity. I mean, what's the matter with you?
I get it.
All right, take care. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Patty from New Jersey. How are
Patty.
you today?
Yeah, I don't know. Open Phone Friday, Open MAGA Mike Fridays, hit and miss. We're getting a lot of weirdos.
I know.
Is it Halloween?
You've had a few doozies this morning, that's for sure.
Oh, my goodness.
But I wanted to bring something up about Candace Owens. When she first came out, I really respected her and I was proud of her for what she was doing. And somewhere along the line, she fell off the turnip truck. And she, since when is it okay to extort and blackmail people? Because that's basically what she's doing every time she gets in front of that camera and tells people, don't you dare, or I'm going to do this. I'm going to give you till Monday to release this, or I'm going to do that. That's a form of blackmail and extortion.
It definitely is extortion. I'm glad you mentioned that. And I sense that from her, and I don't appreciate that.
Yeah,
what I'm wondering is, you know what I'm wondering, okay? And I kind of hinted to this, but since you brought it up, Eric Bolling on the Patrick Bet David podcast earlier this week, when he said they broke up and she left Turning Point. Now that to me, I thought he didn't say they were a couple, but I thought they were
right
back then. It seemed like
and that's the other thing is people are going around and saying stuff like that, and it's like, you know what? Charlie's wife is suffering enough. All right, let's just
hold on. But the way she's acting sounds like a bitter ex-lover that got dumped. That's what and she's never gotten over. Because listen, she's good looking. She doesn't get dumped very often. Yep. And that might be the first guy that dumped her.
Yep, and the other thing is that somebody who was very close to them that worked with them did say that when they first started working together, they were everywhere together and they just had a chemistry and stuff like that. That's fine. But you know what? We don't need to be bringing this up. And
you brought it up. You called in and we're talking about them. Brought her.
No, I'm just saying that she needs to stop with the
it's disrespectful. What she's doing is very, it's disrespectful. If she really is his friend and was his friend until the end, she's not acting like a good friend now.
Right, exactly.
She's causing pain. She's causing pain with the family.
The world is mourning right now. The world is mourning over hate right now, and to get up there and start spewing all of this hate nonstop, it's just not what we need right now.
I agree.
Save it for later. And, and I really think that she's, trying to extort and blackmail people out there, because she's been bruised somehow by everybody. And unfortunately, she needs to look in the mirror, and it's a lot of what she did to herself with all of her crazy ideas. And,
listen, I don't know. None of us know. But, She has someone that knows a little bit about such things, whose name I'm not going to mention. They pointed out something about her to me the other day. She has asthma. And someone told me that a lot of asthma medications can cause some psychological issues. I don't know. Somebody told me that.
Yes, absolutely it can.
Okay, and between the asthma medication and the childbirth, maybe it made her nuts.
Yeah, well, like I said, somewhere along the line, I mean, she used to be very based and very common sense, and anymore she goes down these weird rabbit holes, and, you know, I don't know. And like I said, what she's doing is now, what she used to do was healing to the country, and it was about bringing us together. Now, everything that she's doing
you know
is
what
to
she
divide.
is? You know what she is? Some people will be offended by this, but she's become the black Alex Jones. Black female Alex Jones with the conspiracy theories. Everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
It's always the Jews, it seems. You know.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of what she's, become. All right, I got to run for the break, but thanks for the call.
Yeah.
All right, if you're on hold, stand by. We'll be right back. Hey, Barry, it's Brian. All right, great. Hold on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. It's time to check in with Attorney Barry Siegel from the Siegel Law Group. Attorney Barry Siegel, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you today, Brian?
I'm doing wonderful. What do you have for us today?
Well, we've got a holiday I'm celebrating on, starting Monday, the Rosh Hashanah, the New Year, the Jewish New Year. And so I'm sure a lot of people are celebrating that as well. And what that really also marks is really the unofficial beginning of the snowbirds coming down. And it's really like, for those of you who are already down here, I know what ends up happening every year when it's time to start heading back. That's when I need to get my estate planning done. Oh, well, we'll get around to it next year when we come back down. Well, now is that time. And for those of you who are here year-round, before things get super busy here again, now is a good time to get scheduled, to get on the calendar, to either have your estate plan reviewed, potentially have it updated, or if you don't have one, you need to get moving on it, because everybody needs to have an estate plan. It's not just for the wealthy; it's for everybody, because we all have. We all want to protect ourselves. We all want to protect our loved ones. And, so you don't have to be wealthy to want to avoid probate, to want to avoid guardianship and protect the inheritance for your loved ones.
Barry, a lot of people don't know this, but like, say you have a condo here on the beach or something, or a house, and you have a house in New York or something, you're going to have probate in 2 states, 2 different probates, right?
Yeah. You would have a probate here in Florida, which would be your home state if you're a Florida resident. And then if you have property in another state that's titled in your name at the time of your death, you'll have what's called an ancillary probate. And now your loved ones, your personal representative, will have to hire an attorney in Florida and in another state. So that's 2 probates, 2 legal fees. two nightmares. So it's something you really want to avoid. And you can avoid that by setting up a revocable living trust and then transferring those assets, whether it be your Florida property, your non-Florida property in another state, or other financial assets. Put that all in the trust, and whatever you have in there avoids probate.
So just that, because we mention this from time to time, and we don't have time to get into all the details, but I'm just, so if my grandparents have a house in Connecticut, and they have a condo in Delray, how does you set up a trust for them here in Florida? How does all that work? Because they live in Connecticut. How does that work?
Yeah, well, so let's say they live here, they set up a trust here. Then they would have a transfer of their property in, I think you said Delray Beach, and also in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And that would be done through a deed. A deed is the instrument that transfers real estate from one owner to another, and one of the owners could be a trust. So your grandparents can transfer it from themselves individually or as a couple to their revocable living trust.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, you don't want. Yeah, we talk a lot about the expense of the probate and then 2 probates. And some people may say, well, I'm gone. Who cares, about the money? And some people may, but think about the burden you're leaving on your family that you leave behind to go through those probates. Because I got to tell you, it can't be fun.
Yeah, I mean, why do you want to leave that mess behind for your loved ones? The last thing they're going to remember about you is that you didn't plan properly. You had to go through this whole thing with the attorney for a year or 2. And, it just, when it could have been set up very easily where the assets would have been transferred over to the children or grandchildren very quickly and with little or no expense, why would we not do that?
Yeah, so listen, guys, give attorney Barry Siegel a call. The number's toll-free, 855-FLA-3782, 855-FLA-3782, and online, SiegelLawGroup.com. All right, attorney Barry Siegel, we'll talk next week.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, take care. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. We're going to go back to the phones on this Open MAGA. Mike Friday, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right, man. I'm all right. Just trying to see what we're talking about today, man. I've been on hold for so long, I can't really hear you through the.
Well, when you called, well, I'm very popular and I'm hard to get a hold of. But when you picked up the phone to call me originally, there must have been a reason.
Oh, I just wanted to debate with you, man.
About what?
I wanted to see what y'all were talking about.
Debate? I mean, how could anyone disagree with anything I've said? I can't imagine. Well, pick something you heard me say, and I'll talk to you. I don't think I'm that go ahead.
Well, the things that our administration is doing right now is horrible, and all this.
Well, I'll tell you. Okay. This administration is horrible. Okay, that's good. Give me the most horrible thing that Donald Trump has done in his second term. The most horrible thing to you, according to you.
His tariffs.
Tariffs.
His tariffs have actually created an assault on our economy.
On the economy.
Our food on 2 different fronts. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you listen, I tell you, he has created an assault on our food on 2 different fronts. One is for, his so-called deportation rules. It's taking people out of the fields that are,
No, in fact, his deportation. No. In fact, he gave. Hold on. No. You're saying no. Hold on.
I'm going to interrupt you.
President Trump.
Please don't interrupt me. Let me finish my statement. Please.
President Trump signed an order to
Can I finish my statement, please, sir?
No.
Sir?
No.
Okay.
No. President Trump gave an order to ICE to not deport the farm workers. Did you hear what I said?
Okay. Oh, yes, I did. What I'm doing is
they're not deporting the farm workers.
That is a lie, because our farmers, all the way from Nebraska, California, all the way to the other side of America, are complaining about how their workers are being deported, which also causes. Do you know what that causes there, Lion Brian?
Yeah,
do you know what that causes?
Job openings for Americans. Creates jobs.
Do you think Americans are going to do you think Americans are going to go into?
First off, food prices are down under Trump. I wish you would just say you just don't. You just don't like.
You must not do a lot of shopping there, buddy.
I do shop. I do shop, and we're not buddies. You know, I wish you would just be honest. You don't give a darn about tariffs.
I was being truly sarcastic.
You just don't. You just don't like Republicans.
The tariffs. Oh no! Some of my best friends are Republicans.
Oh yes,
I have this same conversation with them.
Yes,
I do. We're civil people. You know what I'm saying?
All right. What's his next? What's the next worst thing President Trump has done?
The next thing is him trying to hide the pedos that are in the government by not releasing the files.
President Trump. Okay. Slow down. Slow down.
We are going to forget about this.
President Trump.
That we're going to forget about.
Hold on a second. You're a man of a few thousand words.
That he has caused these women when they were children. We're not going to forget.
Well, it's nice of you to. It's nice of you to remember for them. President Trump.
Don't worry, man. I will continue to.
Okay. See, President Trump.
Speaking of that.
No, not speaking of that. I'm speaking now.
Are you going to interrupt me? Are you going to interrupt me on everything that I make?
Yeah, well,
and not let me get my whole thought out? Come on, man.
Yes, I am going to interrupt
you. Be a good person, man.
I am going to interrupt you. Yes, I am interrupting.
Representation of the Republicans.
No, I am interrupting you. You're saying things that aren't true. President Trump. Oh, he's quoting Biden.
Come on, brother.
President Trump.
Keep it 100, man.
Excuse me. President Trump shut down more sex trafficking and child trafficking than any other person who's ever lived when he shut down the southern border.
Brian, come on. Come on, Lion Brian. You're not telling the truth.
President Trump didn't shut down the border?
Look, man.
Yeah, look, all right. Yeah, we're going to move on. I mean, come on. Give me a break. He's telling me a liar when I said he shut down the border. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. Never Trumper Steve here.
Hey.
Palm City.
Hey, what's up?
You wanted to have an intelligent conversation about this. I hope we can have one. Because I have to correct numerous statements you made about the Kimmel situation and free speech, keeping in mind that Trump, when he was inaugurated now, he indicated he's going to sign an executive order to bring free speech back. And apparently it's only the free speech that he likes. Because on the plane going home yesterday from Europe, and this is a quote, "They give me totally bad publicity, the press. I would think maybe their license should be taken away."
Yeah.
Brendan Carr, you indicated a board member to minimize him. He is the chairman of the FCC. If that isn't government, I don't know what is.
Well, what I know is this. Okay, I know you've got a lot of fancy talking points and catchphrases that don't really have any meaning. Neither President Trump, the FCC, or anyone else from the U.S. government had anything to do with Jimmy Kimmel not doing his show the other night, and you know this.
But that's not true. You just made that up.
No, listen. Let me tell you. I'm gonna go to break, because it's the bottom of the hour. And I'm going to walk through all of this. And I'm not going to put you on hold, but you can, because I don't know what line you're on. Oh boy, I've lost track of the lines.
Well,
I'm going to go through what happened. You know what? Stay with me. We'll take a break and be right back. I've got 80 lines lit, so I'm not sure which line you're on. Hold on. Now, I have no idea what line he's on. I just put him on hold. I've got 80 lines here, and I couldn't see what line he was on. So, you know, I did an entire segment on what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. I'll go through the lines and maybe come across him after I take more calls. But what am I supposed to do? I'm a one-man band. I'm here by myself, guys. I got no help here. Let's see. I got to do. Okay. Okay, now I want to remind you guys, if you're new, make sure you subscribe. I want to remind you guys that The expanded hour of the program, including my afternoon show and weekend live streams, is now sponsored by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com and use my promo code Kane. You can use my promo code, take advantage of all the specials at MyPillow.com, and let Mike Lindell know that his support of this program is money well spent. So go to MyPillow.com. You can see the free shipping order is in effect. Those of you watching with the green screen behind me, if you go to my other screen, you can see and hear all the video and everything I show on the screen. On my main stream, the direct links in the description. There's a lot of great deals going on there right now. I was talking earlier about the MyPillow 3-inch mattress toppers. The 3-inch MyPillow mattress toppers are $50 off and free shipping with my promo code Kane. $50 off and free shipping on the 3-inch MyPillow mattress topper. It turns your entire bed into a big MyPillow. So if you have a lumpy, bumpy mattress, if you have a lopsided mattress or think you need a new mattress at all, don't spend all that money on a new mattress. Get yourself the 3-inch MyPillow mattress topper. I sleep on one every night, and I've slept on it for years. It is absolutely amazing. Okay, it's $50 off and free shipping with my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane at mypillow.com. All right, now when I get back, which is going to be in about let's see here, a little less than a minute, I'm going to explain quickly what I spent 20 minutes explaining about the Kimmel situation. I've got 80 people on hold. I put Never Trumper Steve on hold. I know he's one of the calls in this column. I'll go back to the phones when I'm done, and maybe I'll get to him, maybe I won't, but I couldn't tell what line he was on. That happens sometimes. I'm here all by myself, guys. You got to bear with me. I don't have, Mike's at the radio station, does a great job up there, but I'm here alone in this studio. And I just can't, I don't know what line he's on. There's like all these lines in front of me. All right, here we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show. I put Never Trumper Steve on hold, and I don't know which line he's on. I got like 80 people on hold. I know he's one of the lines in this particular column. So I'm going to respond to what he said and go back to the phones, and I might get him right away. Might be a couple of calls down the road. I'm sorry, Never Trumper Steve. The Jimmy Kimmel situation, I went through in detail. It took me about 15 to 20 minutes to explain earlier in the show, but I'm going to give you the capsulized version now, and then I'm going to go to the phones. The media are portraying this Jimmy Kimmel thing as First Amendment, that the government, that the president and the FCC took him off the air. They have nothing to do with this. Now, they have voiced opinions about what a jerk they think he is, but they haven't done anything. This is what happened, okay? Networks are losing local affiliates. Here in the Miami market, one of the legendary television stations in our market is WPLG, the station of Ann Bishop, for you guys that remember the great Ann Bishop, right? WPLG has been an ABC affiliate since I was a kid. Now they're an independent station, and they left the network because of the network fees. And I come to find that a lot of stations are going independent now, dropping their network affiliations. And networks are getting nervous about this. If they lose affiliates, they're no longer a network. They network in different markets. Jimmy Kimmel was upsetting to the number 2 affiliate owner to ABC's network. They own over 200 affiliate stations around the country, and they didn't want to carry Jimmy Kimmel on a particular night because of what he was saying about Charlie Kirk, and they were running this memorial special. And ABC went to him because they're afraid of losing the affiliates, ABC. They're losing affiliates all over the country, like WPLG here in Miami and Fort Lauderdale. Okay? So they're afraid because it's happening in other markets, like here in Miami. So they go to Jimmy Kimmel and say, listen, we got a problem here. And he gave them this monologue that he was going to do that night, which he said was going to be even more, it was going to totally cause MAGA people to melt down. So he acted out like a baby, out of control, and ABC made a decision that he's too unhinged to go on the air. So they preempted his program for one night. Jimmy Kimmel, being the spoiled brat he is, yesterday went to his lawyers, and he's trying to get ABC to remove him from his contract. I don't know how much time he has left, but however long is left on the contract, and then there's a non-compete. He wants to make a deal. Stephen Colbert made a deal with Netflix. He wants to make a deal with someone while the issue's hot. He can't do it because he's under contract with ABC for however many years and a non-compete. He's trying to get himself taken off of ABC. President Trump's not involved. The FCC's not involved. This is just a big fake news story that everyone's promoting. Another thing, Charlie Kirk was killed by this liberal assassin because he didn't like what he had to say about transgender people, right? That's a fact. It's been talked about for a week. What have we heard from the media in the last week? Yeah, it was bad that he did that, but Charlie Kirk was saying things that pissed him off. We've heard nothing but the left blaming Charlie Kirk for his own assassination. Why is Charlie Kirk, according to these liberal loons, responsible for his own assassination because of his words, his First Amendment words, but Jimmy Kimmel has no responsibility in being taken off of ABC for one night because of his words? Can you explain that to me? I'm going to go to the phones. I put Never Trumper Steve on hold. I know he's wanted these callers in this line here and this 3-4 thing, column on this section of the phone of the 80 people on hold. So I'm going to go to that column, and I might get him. I might not, but we'll see what we can do. It's Open MAGA Mike Friday. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian from Deerfield.
Oh, hey, Brian.
You know what? I tell you, Brian, I mean, you look at, there's so much going on. And Jimmy Kimmel loses 72% of the 18 to 54 age market. I mean, this is a business they're talking about. Who's going to be advertising? Who's going to be buying anything on this TV show? I mean, what's he talking about? No one's watching. The problem is no one's watching the show.
Where do you? I forgot where you call from. What area are you in?
Deerfield Beach.
Okay.
Deerfield.
WPLG left ABC just a couple months ago. Okay, and then and then I found out that a lot of affiliates are leaving the network. And when this company, this company has like 200 and some odd affiliates, ABC is getting nervous. So, because they're like clients. So they go to Jimmy Kimmel and say, hey, we got this big affiliate company. Can you tone it down tonight? He said, F you, here's my monologue. MAGA's really going to be pissed now. What are they supposed to do? ABC.
Well, isn't he the employee?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he doesn't own the network. Brian, I grew up in Miami Beach, and Channel 10 was the local station. I remember Ann Bishop and all the people on the station.
Yeah.
I always watched that. Always watched it.
Well, watch it again. It's very good. Now that they've gone independent, it's like news all the time. It's very good. I watch it a lot.
Well, it's nice, fresh, because they got so stale on these late night shows, and Jimmy Kimmel, I think, was at the top of the back. I mean, look at the numbers. I'm surprised he wasn't gone a long time ago. I mean, 72%.
Yeah, it's a big loss.
They gave him every chance in the book. I have a question for you. I thought I heard Trump mention, I don't know where it was in passing, I think it was on the trip to England, that he wanted Bagram Air Base back. Did you hear that?
He said they're talking to the Taliban to get it back.
Wow. I mean, that air base was a crown jewel for multiple
Well, the main
reasons.
thing it was a CIA spy center on China. It's like how many miles from China?
Yes.
Like 50 miles, 150 miles, something it's close to China.
Very, very close. Very close. They could listen to everything way into China.
Yeah.
But Trump, he kind of drops a hint. Like I remember the Panama Canal. Oh, I think that that belongs to us. And then next thing you know, we got it back. Mm-hmm. I've suggested we're going to get the Bagram Air Force Base, and maybe some of all that hardware we left back there too. The billions in
hardware. The hardware, I don't know about that. That's been so reversed engineered by China now, it's useless. They have all our computers and everything. Yeah. I mean, that's treason. What happened with that treason?
I have one more comment. People are knocking President Trump. President Trump, not only did he shut down the southern border, but he also stopped all the child trafficking. And I think I heard last night they recovered 25,000 children from the trafficking rings.
Yeah. See, liberals, when liberals don't have anything to say, they start talking about Epstein and pedos, like they care about that,
Yeah, they could care less about that. Biden lost over 300,000 children in this child trafficking, and Trump has been the number one priority to get all these kids back.
Yeah.
I didn't see Biden getting anybody back.
All right, and, we'll see if the next caller is Never Trumper Steve, who's lost in the hold maze. Sorry, Never Trumper. I told you I didn't know what line you were on. Hold on, let me see here. Let's go. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Yeah, you're on the air.
All right, well, how are you doing today?
I'm doing. How are you? Sounds like
doing pretty good. I just had a question. I'm just wondering exactly what do you think that we're all going to be safe with everything that's going on right now in America? Like, do you think that in the next couple of years things will calm down, or do you think that
calm down? Things are pretty calm to me, other than the assassination that those Democrats did on Charlie Kirk. But
right.
You know, I don't know what you're talking about. Things are pretty calm. I mean, the Democrats are out of control.
You're a politician, correct?
No.
You talk about that stuff, though.
Yes.
The politics. Yeah, I'm just asking somebody who knows. You know, if I'm curious about my safety.
Why would you be unsafe? What have you done?
Not me. The things that are going on.
Well, what's going on? Why would somebody want to harm you? Who are you?
For something that I said, they may not believe in it.
I doubt people really are that concerned with anything you have to say. You sound like a narcissist. Are you has anybody ever told you you're a narcissist?
No, sir.
You must not talk to many people.
I'm just trying to speak. I'm just trying to learn.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. Has anyone ever told you you're paranoid?
Probably.
Okay, there we hit on something. Okay, you been in therapy?
Yeah, of course.
Shocker. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, for your paranoia. You think people are out to get you?
No, that's not true.
Okay. Hey, listen, I appreciate the call. Oh, my goodness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. It's JJ from Mass.
Hey, JJ, hold on. Let me answer some of these lines. I tell you, poor Never Trumper Steve, I put him on hold. I couldn't tell what line it was. He's lost in the mix. All right, go ahead.
Gotcha. It's definitely your explanation right there, as well as the beginning of the show. It's all about the money. Okay, when Jimmy Kimmel is saying things that people don't want to hear, and the networks are losing, it's not about freedom of speech. It's about the freedom to keep their jobs. I like or don't like whatever the hell he's saying. If nobody's watching, it's about the damn money. It's just like I was going to mention the Patriot Act from back when, we were sold one thing and the Patriot Act was used as another. It's like that's the same thing with the Smith-Mundt Act. Everybody's talking about propaganda. That act was all about the money. It's how they spend the money, that the money could be spent in the United States. It was kind of like the NGO grift. It was just another way of getting money back in to pay for their buddies.
Yeah.
It's everything about is misdirection. It's not freedom of speech. It's about the
ABC has a big client with over 200 stations that were threatening to pull the show, and they went to him and said, "Hey, we don't want to lose over 200 affiliates. Can you tone it down?" And he acted like a spoiled child and says, "I'll show them these MAGA crazy." And he wrote a monologue that he said would drive MAGA crazy. He's forgotten. Show business. There's an emphasis on the business part of the show business. You know what I mean? It's called show business.
Yes. Yes. You got to make. There's money involved. If you make movies and nobody shows up, it's not freedom of speech when they get rid of you.
When I first got into radio, there was something that would happen, and that at that point I knew I would be a success. And what do you think that was? I'll tell you.
Sure.
Well, when like right now, I have live copy to talk about coastal weight loss secret. When I was commercially viable, right? I knew then I got a career, right? Yep. And Jimmy Kimmel,
I got you.
There's no emphasis on the business other than pay him. He doesn't understand to get paid, he needs to be commercially viable. And if a guy that has over 200 television stations is going to drop ABC, because people don't want to hear your message, ABC is no longer going to make money off of you.
Yes, commercially viable. It's just like absolutely. It's just like when I was talking a while back about Elvis. He became the king because he was very commercially viable. And people, when you get somebody like that, like if he would have done if he would have done the right thing and just not, well, he's turned psycho. He's kind of like, you talked about Jersey Jay from Jersey.
Yeah.
That he's gone deeper. And I mean, I've actually seen his progression. I was hoping it would go the other way.
No, he's devolved. He is devolved. Devolved.
Yeah, he's seeing racism and everything. I mean, I'm thinking when it snows up in New Jersey, he's probably pissed off at Mother Nature.
I'll tell you what that's about. I'll tell you what that's about. Most, like this one guy called me, black liberal guy. Oh, I have white friends, and they agree. Most white people, when this, especially liberal, but most white people, when they're talking to a black person about racial issues and political issues, they don't tell them what they're really thinking because they don't want to be called a racist. So there's a lot of liberal black guys, like Jay from Jersey, Renee from Harlem, and that other idiot that kept calling me Lion Brian. Their friends never tell them what they really think. They're afraid of being called a racist. So it's like, the way I compare it, it's like the girl at Hooters thinks she's a rocket scientist because everyone's always wanting to talk to her and she's interested in what she has to say. They're not interested in what she has to say, and she's not smart. And
that's a good analogy.
People don't talk to, most people don't talk to black people like they talk to white people. And when black people call this show, I talk to black people the same way I talk to white people or Eskimos or whoever the heck. And they're not used to that. So it causes them to be pissed off, and for the first time.
It also makes you, it also, because of that innate, because of that characteristic of you, it also gives you the ability to basically sniff it out, to smoke it out when people are being.
That's right. That's right.
It's a skill set.
Yeah, it is.
Like
now I gotta do what Rush Limbaugh used to refer to as a profit-taking moment. Okay, we got a profit-taking moment here, isn't it? What did he call him? A profit-taking? What did Rush used to say? We have a profit-taking. What was was it a moment? It's been a while. I've been thinking about Rush since I found out Glenn Beck has the golden EIB microphone, which kind of ticks me off.
Yes.
I was not happy about that. I don't know why. Don't you think that the golden EIB microphone should be in the Smithsonian, not in Glenn Beck's?
I think it should be. Yes. No. I think that is. He's like a little squirrel, Glenn Beck. He goes and hunts all that.
I'd like to know how he really got that. Do you really think Russia? I mean, she wasn't hurting for money. Did she just really give it to him, or did he buy it?
I think at the time, it's hard. It's hard to say how he got that, Brian. But most of the stuff that he got. He paid.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but he was acting like she was passing the mic on to him because he was the next, the successor.
Yeah, the narrative that he was spinning, the narrative that he put out. I mean, it very well could be true, but why? Who knows? But I think it belongs.
It belongs in the Smithsonian, or in the Trump Presidential Museum when that's built. Or something like that. That'd be a great place for it, right here in. All right, I got to run for a profit-taking moment. Okay. At the end of yesterday's show, a nice lady called in and said, Brian, you've lost so much weight. I've been hearing from people today, you've lost so much weight. She said, what's the secret? And I said, well, you got to call Coastal Weight Loss Secret. They'll tell you on your initial no-charge consultation. And let me tell you, my weight loss, as miraculous as it seems, is typical. I've lost over 35 pounds, many inches off my waist. My stomach is flat. It used to be fat. Now it's flat. I got my neck back. I got my jawline back. I have more energy. And I did all this without exercise, without starving myself, eating foods I would normally eat, and without any medications or shots. So give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call. You can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. Set up your free consultation right now. And by the way, no matter where you're located, you can do this. They can help you no matter where you are in the United States. Now, of course, if you're local, you can do it in person. But if you're around the country, it can all be done on the phone or Zoom. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. We'll be right back. Hey there, hold on. All right, welcome back. And it's time for our final gold and precious metals report of the week from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated in Boca. We have William Youngerman. William Youngerman, how the metals looking?
Metals are mixed today, down yesterday a little bit on gold, others that were up. We got gold trading yesterday in a range of $3,631 on the low, all the way up to $3,673, and closing out the day at $3,643.60 the ounce, which was down $15.20, but just a little bit off of our all-time record high of $3,708 this week. Silver, $41 and closed out $41.74 yesterday, which was up 15 cents. Platinum gained $18, closing at $13.83, and palladium was up $3 yesterday at $11.56. Overnight, we saw gold trade in a range of $36.23 on the low, all the way up to $36.62. Right now, we're at $3,647 the ounce. That's up $3.40. Silver, $42 an ounce, up 26 cents. Platinum up $2 at $1,385 the ounce, and palladium down $26 at $1,130. So gold's holding nicely, well above $3,600 the ounce. Silver around $42. Still record prices for the metals.
Yeah, and one thing I highlight a lot with you, William Youngerman, because this is something unique and special and pretty awesome. And if you could tell people briefly about this, you will buy back anything you sell. Can you talk about that?
Sure. For almost 60 years now, we've made a two-way market in all of the precious metals. And so whether you're buying or selling, it's as easy as one or the other. You just bring them in and we pay you right on the spot immediately. Or if you're shipping it to us, the money is wired immediately to your account.
Yeah.
And it's very easy, both buying and selling. And anything we sell, we guarantee to buy back. And, of course, any precious metals we will buy.
Yeah, and, that's important because, you're buying them. People buy the metals for different reasons, but sometimes somebody somewhere will very well may want to turn them back into money or something. And you can always do that anytime with William Youngerman. His number, 1-800-327-5010. 1-800-327-5010, or stop in Boca at 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. And online, you can find both his address and phone number, WilliamYoungerman.com. That's WilliamYoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk on Monday.
Okay, have a great weekend. Thank you.
Take care. All right, back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Connie from Pompano Beach.
Hey, Connie.
Hey, the problem, the thing about people that don't like Trump that really upsets me is they just hate him just to hate him. They don't care about anything good he could do. Like if you try to explain to them, you try to talk sense, you try to bring down the heat and say, well, let's take a look at, and then they say tariffs. How could you be against a tariff when it's literally making money for us and it's not illegal and we're just asking for fairness?
And here's another thing. Since when are Democrats against any tax? This is the first. And they don't say import tax, they say tariff because they can't get the words of coming out against a tax on their tongue. But that's one tax they're against. They're for every other tax ever imagined. But this one tax
will drive up prices. In Seattle.
Yeah.
Do you know how much she pays to live in Seattle? It's ridiculous. The gasoline is $6 a gallon. A box of macaroni and cheese is about $4. $4.
Why do you think my daughter moved back to Florida? My daughter's driving all over town all the time, right? And I said to my daughter, Ellen, you're spending so much money on gas. She says, Dad, I could drive all day, all night for Uber. I wouldn't spend as much money as I was just going to the store in California on gas. She says gas is almost free. It's almost free in Florida.
They have no problem with that.
Yeah.
They have no problem with that. They have no problem with that at all because they think they're doing it for the good of the country, which is bizarre.
Yeah.
So bizarre. They're paying high taxes in the guise of being green.
Is your friend
She's
rich?
Driving an electric car.
Is your friend rich?
Well, that's interesting you say that because she's married to a woman who makes a lot of money.
Oh, so
she's got a nice little golden umbrella.
So it's okay. So she's rich and it's not her money; it's the girlfriend's money. So she doesn't care. It's
correct.
100%. She's like a child.
100%. I'm over here working hard, busting my butt, trying to raise kids that don't like him either. And you can't talk sense. You can't actually, Brian. You can't talk to them at all.
Yeah.
At all.
My daughter is young and black and conservative and voted for Trump. And I started when she was young and she was old enough. I remember this. I used to, this is one, I talked about this on the air at the time, but I used to do stuff like this a lot. We had new windows put on our house, storm windows. And I got them at Lowe's. You know, they put them in. And I had to buy a bunch of stuff. And I was explaining to her, every time I spend $100, I got to pay the government $6 for the sales tax. And I would do things like this. And I remember she's like, my daughter, she was 5. She says, it's almost like we're slaves for the government, Daddy. I said, that's right.
It's true.
And now she's a grown woman who's MAGA and votes Republican.
But my kids understand, this is the disconnect. Okay, here's the thing. I did raise them like this. They did understand. We were super close when they were little. Something got them. They got bit. It's like a virus or a poison. They were poisoned. And the only poison is Trump. Trump is the poison. They hate him. They don't care what he does. Remember he said I could cure cancer and you guys would be mad at me. They hate him. Anything that comes from him, anything that he says or does cannot be good. And they didn't care about Epstein at all. At all. Yeah. For all these years, all the stories that would come out, now they all care.
Yeah, I know.
It's bizarre. It's literally it's a poison. They've been poisoned, and you can't talk to them anymore.
It sounds like they got some liberal teacher in liberal Broward County. Is what it sounds like to me.
I mean, I guess I don't know where it came from. They went to a charter school. They were sensible, normal people for a long time, and now they're super sensitive.
Yeah. Listen, I gotta run, but call me again. We're just short on time. All right, take care. If you're on hold, stand by. I want to talk about Jupiter Joe Thomas, and he's going to be in studio with us one day next week. There's so many different types of annuities, and I just want to tell you about this one real quick. You know, there's nothing that causes financial troubles more for a family, especially in retirement, than when the husband or the wife have health issues. When you have health issues, no matter what, it's a financial hit, and it's expensive. And Joe Thomas, there's one annuity that includes an income doubler for unexpected health events. And that could be for one, because you've got an annuity and you're married, you and your spouse are both on the annuity. So it doesn't have to be both of you, just one of you. And you get that income doubler. So if you're getting $2,000 a month on your annuity, it doubles to $4,000. Who can't use that, especially when one of you have gotten ill and you need some extra help or you're spending extra money. Give Joe Thomas a call. He offers free phone consultations. And he'll put together after that consult. By the way, it can be an in-person consult. He offers free consultations that can be in person, on Zoom, on the phone, depending on where you're located. And he'll put together a custom proposal for you. Tell him about your situation, and your goals, everything. He knows what to ask. I don't. He'll put together a custom proposal just for you based on your situation and your goals. Here's his number: 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. That's 561-743-0999. If you missed it, just go to his website, jupiterjoe.com, and pick it up there. All right, back to the phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing? Chris from Coral Springs.
Hey, Chris.
How you doing? I just want to say blessings to all my brothers and sisters. Charlie Kirk, his slaughtering will not be in vain. We will never forget.
Yes.
It is on us to keep him in our memories. He was a prime example of what a true Christian is.
Indeed.
A lot of us turn away other people from the church because of how we are so prejudiced and whatnot. And we must understand that if you are in Christ, you are grafted onto the tree of Israel. We must stand for each other. All right. That's all I wanted to say, and I love you guys, and let's have a great day.
All right. Take care. Take care. All right. Good call. Good way to end the day. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Bob from Jupiter. Hey, I got to congratulate you, Brian. You're one of the very few people on media that wasn't Charlie Kirk's very bestie friends.
Well, I knew him barely, but I mean, everybody. Everybody was his best friend.
His best friend. Everybody was his best friend.
Yeah, I know.
And they might have met him once or in passing or something, but you didn't latch on to that.
I met him once. That was it. For like.
I appreciate your honesty on that.
Yeah.
Hey, one thing, if I may, and I appreciate the loss, and I'm deeply hurt by it, and I understand about his wife. But did you see the picture of the highly produced picture of her bending over the coffin?
Yes. No. Well, you bring that up, okay? What I've realized, this is the Gen Z and millennials. Because when that's just that generation. That's how they are. Their whole life is on social media. So what she did is normal to that generation.
I guess it's just, to me, it's not, I realize it might be a cultural thing or whatever, or maybe in that.
It's a generation. It's the generation.
It's not my generation, but I can appreciate her loss, and I understand it, and I feel deeply for him, and I pray for him. But gosh, that looked just so highly produced. It would just. I guess you're right.
I think it was probably just done on an iPhone. I don't think iPhones are. All right, listen, I'm out of time. Thanks for the call. We'll see you Monday. All right, we're clear but I'm going to continue online here, guys. So if you're on hold, stand by. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning. This is Richie.
Hey, Richie. I never got to Never Trump or Steve. I told you I had 80 people on hold, and I lost track of what line he was on when I put him on hold. So I don't know if he's still there or not. Oh boy, go ahead, Richie.
Brian, Democratic biggest lie. Okay, the biggest, Epstein. And I'm bringing this up real quick. The fact of the matter is, they took a poll. Trump's approval rating was sky high. The only place it dropped was Epstein. So this is their deal. This is why yesterday, when they had that Keep Washington Safe, they had that hearing on Capitol Hill. Or Democrats kept on pushing Epstein, because that's all they have. It's a big lie.
Well, let me tell you, Richie. Did you hear the beginning of the show today?
No, I didn't.
Oh, shame on you! Okay, for those of you that don't know, we're just online now. The radio show's over. I've expanded the show, and I started the show today at about 5:15 a.m. ish or so, and I take calls, and I'm going after now, and in the afternoon show and everything. And there was a great little happening. This was before the radio show, just on YouTube. So it was sometime between 5:30 and 6. I'm getting all these calls from these guys about Epstein, right? And then this one guy calls me, and he says, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "Well, you called me." He's like, "Oh," he says, "I just got a message to call you." And I said, and I asked him where. He told me everything else. There was somebody on Instagram, he said, was sending out these DMs in some group chat to call me about Epstein, and that's why I was getting all these calls. See, these are the seminar callers. This is how they do it. They're trying to flood a discussion about Epstein that's how they try to turn public opinion, and I just smoke it out. I'm just, not everybody that does shows like this can smoke it out. No one cares about Epstein. The Democrats are just always trying to get it in the news. And you saw all those calls I got were fake calls that were, they were real calls, but they were put up to it by somebody who's trying to get some Epstein in there. It's a fake issue. The victims all said Trump did nothing wrong. Kash Patel's findings are very inconvenient for people. He only trafficked women for his own personal sick pleasures. Okay, Kash Patel said this the other day. With a handful of friends. Okay, and they've created this whole thing. It's all BS.
It's all poll-driven. They don't care about the victims. They're full of baloney. They absolutely, Brian. Let me tell you something. These people are so devious. How they could turn a hearing on the safety of Washington D.C. into the biggest felon of all time, and the child predator is Trump. They know. First of all, let me tell you, and for everyone out there that's listening, they had total control over the files for the last 4 years. Now, you're looking at a party that tried to frame President Trump. It was proven. They lied and lied and lied. So don't you think that with the FBI at that particular time that they could put anything they want into
Absolutely.
that and to louse them up? So that's why I don't believe anything that would come out at this point anymore anyway, because they had control over it, and they falsify everything.
Richie, there's another thing going on. I talked about this on my podcast a couple days ago. I was playing some of the clips of Kash Patel at the House hearing, and all the Democrats were asking about Epstein. The reason, the Epstein story died off a few weeks ago, and it came back. The reason it came back, like this person that had people calling me about it early in the show. The reason it came back, the president was just in the UK. Epstein's a big gossip story in the UK because of Prince Andrew. So these anti-Trump forces all of a sudden started talking about Epstein this week because they want the British papers to carry Epstein stories to try to cloud anything that President Trump was doing over there. Okay, it's so Democrats think you're stupid. And they just think people are stupid.
This is all poll driven. They have no issue that they've won on for the last 3 years. So the
when
only
you say poll driven, I don't know who's polling well on about Epstein.
I watched the PDD Patrick Bet-David podcast about a week ago. They showed Trump's approval ratings according to a major poll. It was one of the big polls. And he was sky high up until the Epstein story, and then he flatlined. Yeah. So they're driving this poll-driven crap because they say that's all they have. They don't have anything.
By the way, I'm gonna throw this out. I should do it on the radio. If anybody knows Patrick Bet-David, can you tell him to have me on his show? I'd love that publicity bump. I'm in the same town as Patrick Bet-David. I could almost walk to his studio. So if anybody knows Patrick Bet-David, put in a word for me.
You'd be good on that.
I know I'm not as famous as the people he normally has in there, but I wouldn't mind signing the locker. It'd be kind of cool. I'm interested in him. I do. There's not a lot of other people I pay attention to. I'll tell you who I listen to. I do listen to Patrick Bet-David on occasion, once or twice a week, like this thing with Eric Bolling this week. If there's somebody on there I'm interested in, and I listen to a handful of people. And you're right about the polling with the Epstein thing. And the reason it is there's been this huge legend created around it. And he wasn't all that. He didn't have the thing going on that they want you to think. And I trust Kash Patel's analysis that he only sex trafficked for his own personal sick pleasures with a handful of close friends like Prince Andrew. That's what Kash was talking about. All right, Richie, take care. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how's it going? My name is Matt. I'm calling from Colorado.
Yeah, Matt.
Hey, I'm just calling to clarify a couple of things. I'm blown away by. I mean, a lot of these topics really come down to me to one thing, and that's this Jeffrey Epstein thing.
Of course it does.
How are we really justifying not putting these files out? How are we justifying?
Tell me, who cares? I mean, this, it's so funny. I mean, how long have you listened to me?
I've listened to you for a while, a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks. How'd you find me?
YouTube. It suggested it to me.
It just suggested to me. The thing about Epstein, okay? Epstein's been dead for, 6 years? Okay? So while what he did was terrible, he's no longer victimizing people. Okay? The women, the women, the Epstein victims went to Congress to try to get the files released a couple weeks ago, which they're not doing for a number of reasons. They can't release everything for a lot of reasons, actually. But all the Epstein, I'll tell you in a minute, all the Epstein victims cleared. They were asked about 2 people, and they cleared both of them. All the Epstein victims, they were asked twice. One was an in-studio interview on NBC News, and the second one was at the press conference in front of the Capitol building. They were asked if if any of them had experienced or witnessed anything inappropriate with President Trump or President Clinton. They all said no. So both presidents got cleared. Okay? President Trump has talked about the Epstein files, as has the Attorney General Pam Bondi, but President Trump said that the Biden administration loaded them up with all kinds of BS stuff. And you just can't release all these names and everything because weirdos like you that have this obsession,
Don't assume that I'm a weirdo. Don't assume that I'm not. That I don't agree.
If you're sitting around, excuse me. If you were concerned, if you're concerned about a sex trafficker, if you're concerned about a sex trafficker who's been dead for 6 years and out of circulation for longer than that, there's something weird about that. All right, appreciate the call. Let's take another couple before we end. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name's Cedric, and I just mainly wanted to say that, I hear what you say. Definitely don't agree with anything that you're saying. However, I do want to say this, is that, our country is...
Yes, that's my cat.
Divided.
No, the country has always been divided. The country has always been divided. When was the United States not divided? At what period in time?
May I finish?
No, tell me when the country. Tell me a period when the United States was not divided.
Can I finish my original train of thought, please?
Nope.
Okay. Have a good day.
All right, take care. That's right. Yeah. Sorry. See, they got this narrative going that MAGA is dividing the country. I think MAGA is uniting the country. Sadly, the assassination of Charlie Kirk has brought us closer together, but they're trying to create this thing that Charlie Kirk and Trump and others are doing. The country's always been split, pretty much 50-50, always. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Steve from Staten Island.
Yes, Staten Island.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just irritating the fact that here Trump is doing such a fantastic job, and everything like this, and so what these Democrats do is break, what do you call it? Fire they break the glass. Yeah, they all that stuff with Jeffrey. What's it?
Yeah, we're not talking about Epstein, but I know these people. Listen. If you go back and rewind the show, okay. Anybody watching, do this, okay? And I'm going to tell you. No one who's a serious person cares about Epstein. I was in the beginning of the show. Go back, guys, to the beginning of the show and watch the first 40 to 45 minutes. I mentioned this to Richie. All of a sudden, I start getting these calls from weirdos about Epstein. Right? Out of the blue. I mean, I'm talking about all the things that are in the news, and they're talking about a guy that died 6 years ago. And then a guy calls in, and he says, "Who are you?" And then he goes on to tell me in detail. You guys rewind. He tells the whole story. He got some DM from a group chat on Instagram to call me about Epstein. He didn't even know who I was. And he let the cat out of the bag. So all these calls about Epstein are fake. You hear me talk about seminar callers? Rarely do you hear someone from the seminar out the seminar. Okay? They're fake callers to try to hijack the discussion. That's why I don't talk about Epstein. Yeah. And by the way, that guy, I was recommended by YouTube. Bullcrap. He was recommended by this person from, and hey, listen, I'm glad I'm important enough for them to feel that, seminar callers are well spent on my program, but no one cares. It's all fake to try to get us to talk about it. Actually, I'm going to go back and rewind that, but I'm going to pull that part of the show up and keep it so I can play it on future shows to expose the seminar call. I've dealt with seminar callers my whole career. I've never had someone from the seminar admit it and tell me how it went down. I've never had that happen before.
Right. That's the thing. They're such a losers, these people, that dragging out this over and over again. It's just going to make them look more and more foolish. To me, I think they make them look like idiots. Yeah. You're looking at old news that's...
Yeah, all right. Appreciate the call. Take care. All right. I'm going to take one or two more calls before I sign off today. I got a busy day. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how's it going? I wanted to talk about...
I'm sure you do. See, that's what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Mike from Houston. How are you?
Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hey, yeah, no, I just, this is kind of weird. It's not on topic with anything that you guys have been talking about, but Ever since the Charlie Kirk thing last week, I've been trying to call in. I call into your show maybe once every couple of weeks. I keep getting blocked when I call in from my cell phone. I'm calling in from my wife's phone right now.
Oh, I don't know.
And so
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, so I just want... Okay, I'm not sure if it's something I might have said.
No. You were not blocked.
Okay, all right.
At least not on purpose.
Okay,
if it happened, it was an accident.
Okay, I just want to make sure I hadn't said something to upset you or your crew or anything.
People don't get blocked for upsetting me.
Okay,
there'd be no. If I did that, the show would be pretty bland.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but by the way, also I wanted to say thank you very much for being there. Just like when President Trump was shot, the first person I turned to, your show, but just the sanity, the perspective, and the information you were putting out there, it helps a lot. I mean, back in the day, I think I would have turned on 30 years ago, I would have turned on NBC or something like that. When something of that kind of magnitude happens now, I go straight to you. So thank you for being there.
Well, thank you.
Like I said, I'll look into see what's going on my end.
Yeah, okay, take care. I'll tell you if you let me put you on hold, and when I sign off, sure, I will get your phone number and I'll check and see if you're blocked.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
So I'll put you on hold, okay? Well, listen, everyone, I want to remind you all that all of this extra programming I'm doing, the extra hour to the morning show, continuing the show during the commercial breaks as I do, my afternoon and weekend shows are all brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. So it's important for you to go to MyPillow.com and use my promo code KANE at checkout, KANE at MyPillow.com, and let Mike Lindell know that his support is well worth it. Okay, and that'll do it. If you go and buy anything there and use the promo code KANE, Mike Lindell will know it came from me. Okay? All right, guys, I will see you next time. Thanks for watching. If you're new, make sure you subscribe, and welcome to the program. My name's Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. I'll talk to you next time. Take care.